right, ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time. Welcome everybody to the semi-finals of EGC Masters Summer. I'm Cracker here, joined today by the wonderful Whammon. Whammon, how you doing today?
Today, I'm ready. I'm ready for a lot of destruction. And honestly, I was not supposed to be here today, but I was very excited when I saw exactly what we'll be covering. Because I think, especially this first series, is probably going to be a pretty aggressive one. So, Anatan the Marine Lord, though, following after. This one, I feel like Anatan has a little bit of a mental block against this man already. So this is going to be a pretty big hurdle for him to climb, but today I'm ready. I'm ready for some Louis Vortex action because this is a clash of titans. And when I say titans, I mean playstyles. Guys, Louis is the wall master. Vortex, he's not. And he wants to kill. We'll see who can hold on or who can push hard enough for this, because we've seen a lot of players just overcommit in this tournament, and a lot of them just sit back for too long as well. So I feel like the styles we might see here between these two, that's where the real action is going to be today.
Yeah, walling definitely going to be a challenge here, as we're going to be starting off with Carmel. But Whammon, these two civilizations that we're seeing straight out of the gates here on Carmel, HRE for Louis MT and Ruse for Vortex here in this one. With the current drafting system, you can ban out one really strong civilization, not two, not three, just one, and after that your opponent already gets to pick. So we do see Ruse making it through, we do see HRE making it through, even Knights Templar making it through here for Louis MT, and that is kind of devastating because we don't just have one, but we have two hybrid-ish maps here currently with Scandinavia and Dry River.
Now, a little bit of insight. As for the LAN upcoming, we actually let the players vote on the maps that they wanted to see in the tournament. And Louis was on the side of no water maps, please. And so I know that these water maps may be scary when you see Katie on that side, but we know that Louis does not enjoy the water map playstyle. So him having KT might not be the same as, say, Vortex having KT, especially on a map like that. But taking it away from Vortex is definitely critical. Now, we are going to be heading into the head-to-head here. As we can see, these are quite close. I would say that both of these players have had pretty successful runs. Vortex, for a while, was not up there, and Louis has completely dominated. But at the same time, we do see the series count, the game count pretty close. Vortex taking the lead a little bit. But Louis, the last two times they met, he came out on top.
Yeah, it just all goes to credit to just show how much Louis MT has improved overall recently throughout the year. And Vortex at the moment also just looking really, really strong. So this is definitely going to be a very interesting set to look out for here. There's a reason why these players made it so far into this bracket now, as we are in the playoffs here in the semifinals with these two facing off against each other. And Whammon, I mean, there's a little bit of, I want to say, like, revenge potential here as well, because if we look at like the last weekend, for example, Louis MT did beat out Lucifron, so that was Vortex's brother right there. So there's of course a little bit of, I want to say, rivalry going in there as well.
Now, with the civilizations that they got out of this, I feel like we're going to see a lot more, a lot of switched playstyles here coming ahead, because if you look at the draft here for Louis as well, Louis got civilizations that aren't necessarily those that want to sit back and delay, except if you look at Ottomans, for example. But KT, also a very aggressive, very on-the-ball civilization. And when you think about Vortex and maybe getting revenge for his brother, Lucifron is a player who can adapt to both. I know these two practice together. They're probably pretty well versed in anything that they can face. Louis, on the other hand, he's got some seriously strong practice partners as well. CSO has been absolutely dominating. So both of these players, they have pretty good practice partners in this. And both of them, they have a point to prove here. We've been asking ourselves, like, who's number two right now? And we'll see if Louis makes it through again, because I know that because this tournament, the ATR has gotten quite a bit of a shuffle once it does get updated.
Yeah, I mean, just overall, a whole slew of players are just getting mixed around. We're getting some ATR just getting sent over to some players who weren't getting as much previously, just making it further and further, deeper and deeper into these runs. And yeah, I mean, we already had, like, I want to say, a taste of this matchup here before, because Vortex, he already matched up against Louis in this tournament as well. It was in the elimination gauntlet best of 5 where Louis did beat out Vortex 3-2, but this time it's a best of 7, so potentially 7 games here ahead of us. Question is, who's gonna have like the higher stamina here in this one? Who can keep up longer? Who can have the momentum going for themselves? Maybe even win in a straight 4-0. Everything's possible here, and we're starting off on Carmel. Roos vs HRE. Pro Scouting galore definitely coming in here. No, we're not out of Pro Scout meta yet. Some civilizations definitely still remain there, and the draft, I think it's looking good for both players here. There are some, I want to say, more conditional, more meta picks here. Vortex overall, I want to say, has the more meta pick. Louis, I want to say, are more comfort picks here. The Ottomans, Mali, Ayubids. But we are jumping straight in. And our counters reach 0, so we should now be able to get into our game number 1. Unless production trolled us.
Which I love to do.
No, we're going in. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 1 in the semifinals. Louis MT versus Vortex, a best of 7. And we do start off with Vortex here in the color red, playing as the Roos civilization. Double hunting cabins coming up here immediately. His opponent in the color blue, it is going to be none other than Team Elephants. Louis MT here, playing as the HRE, the Holy Roman Empire. We're on Carmel, lots of deer. And we'll definitely see some pro scouting here today.
Well, exactly, because you are the person who's probably the highest ranked here on this caster desk. Could you tell me a little bit about the matchup between the Roos and H3 in general? Is this favored for either one? Where do you land on this?
Honestly, it's a very even matchup for the most part, I want to say. Especially on a map like this, where there's just a whole lot of resources to gather up early on in the game. When I say early on, like with Pro Scout including, of course, typically HRE runs out of resources a lot quicker compared to the Roos. Here in this one, it kind of depends on who gets ahead with Pro Scout. HRE should be a little bit quicker to reinforce with units aside from Pro Scouting when it comes to just producing more units, thanks to the early inspiration boost there. Vortex is going to have an easier time producing scouts right away, so he might get a head start on the Pro Scouting, but I think HRE, if they can like hunker down, deny some deer, get a good amount of deer in on their own, get a good timing on their age up, and still have a nice army mass out there, they should be looking quite well. Now, cav archers, horse archers, can be quite annoying for most other civilizations, just because they are very, very mobile and they can outmaneuver you. HRE isn't as threatened by them compared to other civilizations, thanks to the additional movement speed on their infantry, so they're able to keep up a lot more than other civilizations, for example.
Now, when I look at that Chappelle positioning here, I'm feeling a little sad there for Louis. This feels very open. If you're playing against Roos, this is a that's pretty risky business right there. Very exposed. Not that you have too many choices over here. But Vortex also aging up with 4, not rushing anything anywhere. Now, with the pro scouting meta, I can definitely see this being a little bit on Louis to try and deny that huge amount of deer that comes out of Roos. Now, HRE, they do have a few tricks up their sleeve anyway in this matchup. Now, I would like to see if they're actually going to go. So far, it doesn't look like we're thinking about pro scouting. And when we look at those sheep numbers, as our observer is showing us there, Louis definitely did okay when it comes to picking up the sheep, especially playing against Roos, where you know that your opponent has more than 1 scout. In this case, only 2, quite surprisingly. Now, getting that huge amount of gold here on Louis' side usually indicates that, oh, he's thinking about pro scouts himself, but can we look at the villager splits? I'd really like to see if he's still rallying onto food and food only. It does look to be the case. Is this just going to be a fast castle practically?
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. So we're not seeing any wood gathering right now. It could be that Louis is gambling towards there just being so many deer here on the map that he doesn't need to go for the pro scout immediately. Rather, just go for the fast castle age, and there might still be enough deer for him to pick up in castle age, where he can utilize the tech advantage. We do see the split coming in here, so not a single villager being sent out to wood yet. Caster Curse, as 2 villagers do get sent out, potentially just for outpost though. If Louis was going for a production building, he would have more than just 2 villagers on wood, so this definitely does indicate the fast castle intention here from Louis. Vortex, on the other hand side, he is definitely playing towards that Pro Scout play. Just needs a little bit more of a trickle now from his bounty and the hunting cabins in order to be able to afford that Pro Scout play. And once that comes in, we're most definitely going to see it in queue any second. Now, there we go. Pro Scout is now coming in for him. The thing, of course, is with Roos, you will never really be able to stop the Castle Age. It just won't happen. They will get Castle Age. You can't really deny it. They don't need to get the gold in the first place. So not really something that's reasonable to deny. And Louis, he knows his civilization does have a rather mean fast Castle Age, and they do have a lot of value from Castle Age with the Regnus Cathedral, with the ability to just generate so much more gold from these relics. And Warrior Monks can snatch them up very quickly, so he definitely does have the incentive here to just rush up the Castle Age, get as many relics as possible, and then later on think about adding in his own Pro Scouts down the line.
Now, what I liked to see there, Vortex for a moment, he had 10 on wood. And I asked, and so I'm not speaking out of nowhere here. That's only when you add production buildings, so that's exactly what he's doing. So if you see a Roos going for 10 on wood, this does usually indicate a little bit of feudal shenanigans, or at least getting a few units out, so that they can deny the relics from the fast castle HRE. As we see the Regnus Cathedral now coming in, the second prelate is already out. This is going to indicate that he is going to try to stop those prelates from just soaking up all the relics, because you may get all the deer on the map, but when you are playing against an HRE with 5 relics, the game just doesn't feel the same. So now with that very naked castle out here in public, look at that beautiful scout, just carrying those carcasses back home, ensuring that the army is fed. They are carrying from quite far away.
It's going to take him a while to come back, though, but it looks like Vortex definitely knows what's going on here right now. We see it with the army composition. It's not just the knights, but also the spearmen. This means that he has something for every single unit composition that Louis could produce in Castle Age right away. If it's knights, he's already got the spearmen. If it's men-at-arms, he's got the knights for it. Archers, the knights work as well. Crossbows, in low mass, the knights and the spearmen are definitely going to work there as well. So we'll definitely be able to deny a good chunk of the relics here. The question is, can he get the units in position in time? Because this timing is rather close. I do suspect that Louis will be able to at least get like 1 relic back. The units are making their way across though, so it's gonna be questionable. I don't think more than 1 relic here is truly realistic at this point in time for Louis. Prelates are marching out, but yeah, Vortex already in position here. He knew the game plan before it even occurred.
And you can see those relics are quickly disappearing from the map. He knows that there's a pickup here. The relic getting pulled back to base, but the knight is collapsing on that guy. And the poor prelate will not make it far back. But he does bring it a little bit closer to the base. But now the knight numbers are increasing significantly. And the thing is, Louis knew this was coming, right? So Louis getting his own knights so that he can actually rival this. The thing is, those are pure castle knights, so they're actually going to deal pretty well with Vortex's feudal age knights that Roos can produce. Now, some of these relics do make it a little bit closer. Vortex running past, not running into the relic, but the man spots him. Beautiful maneuver.
Uses a line of sight there. Vortex does spot out the second relic though, so should be able to deny that. Wallow. Louis is not going to be sneaky enough here. Double Wallow coming in. So it looks like both these relics are going to get denied at least for the time. He got the knight! He ran in too quickly and he steals away the knight! Another Wallow comes out, but Vortex, he was just a little bit too eager there on the capturing, on the denial there, on the relic, loses out one of his early knights. Very, very expensive loss there for him. Louis behind this already up to 3 knights now out on the field. One of those, of course, being that converted Roos knight. Gives him a huge amount of momentum here. It means that he'll definitely be able to bring back at least one of the relics over here. I do say that as Vortex is going for the dive here, wants to stop that prelate from coming in. That's actually Louis' last remaining prelate here. Louis, his Archon Chapel isn't even inspiring villagers anymore. That was his last prelate.
And not securing a single relic, Vortex knew how aggressive he needed to be, and he did pay the price with a knight, but it looks like it was an okay price to deny this, at least for the time being though. The problem is just Vortex is very far from Castle Age, and now with the knight numbers increasing, this is going to start getting harder and harder for him to defend, because Louis' knights, again, those things hit like trucks. And you can see that they're just dealing with these spearmen very easily. And now it's Feudal Age against Castle Age knights. And these trades are not looking like they're going too well. Vortex is still producing constantly. And this is not the usual Rus Castle Age Horse Archer build that we are hearing on ladder. This is rather just Rus trying to deny as much as he can. Louis now stopping the production of knights as the food is running a bit low. He didn't go for pro scout, so the man is a little bit hungry. And we'll see now if he does that little bit of a food transition or moves out on the map. The thing is, though, if he does move out, he's going to get raided.
Yeah, as well now, Vortex is going to be able to follow up now into the Castle Age behind all of this, and he's not in a bad spot. Louis, after all of this, he so far only managed to get a single relic in. High Trade House now coming up for Vortex, and Louis, his economy, we switched over to the income per minute now. It's definitely falling behind what Vortex is getting right now. The Pro Scouts is paying off at this point here. And yeah, the follow-up means that Vortex is going to be able to put out much more units onto the field here compared to Louis. Louis, second relic, is going to be coming in for him. He does have 3 prelates already out on the field again. That is going to be relic number 3 that also just got picked up. Question is, can he get those last 2 relics up? Vortex still has a good amount of units out. Castle Age just about able to complete here. Louis, still good amount of knights. Might be able to find the opportunity here to get those last 2 relics back potentially as well. But never underestimate the warrior monks. They come out insanely quickly. Well, not insanely quickly, but they bring back the relics insanely quickly. They move quicker than slow infantry while carrying a relic. Quicker than men-at-arms, quicker than crossbows. Not the HRE ones though, mind you.
Yeah, those HRE ones, they do have a little bit of a speed boost when they run around. The Knights now looking for a little bit of damage. We do see a market here at the back. So, you know, he's thinking about the fact that he doesn't have all resources in abundance here. Ensuring that he does get a little bit of food. And now we also see pro scouts coming out of Louis. But the spearmen here far forward, they are taking trades and they're doing okay. But he just wants to make sure that that relic does not get picked up as well. No warrior monks coming on out just yet, but he does have a lot more spears, and he's trying to produce them as much as he can here. The knights trying to take some trades. The spearman will reign supreme. He does push Louis back, but Louis, he's got the prelates. He can make a move here, and he does. He picks up yet another one, and this was the one that Vortex could have potentially denied. We'll see if he's going to be able to shut this down. Warlord coming on through, but he does pull back. Let's see if the ping will prevail. Almost cracking.
Traumatic experiences here. Vortex is not getting Wallow this time around. Was close though. Knights still, they tried to get the jump in on that Relic. Relic is getting close and close to the base of Louis. Behind this, he's also picked up the 5th Relic on the side from Vortex, or rather on the top side. All does get taken down, but looks like this at most is going to be a 4-1 relic split here. Louis looking very good when it comes to the gold income. His food income, though, Whammon, looks anything but good.
You can see with those tower emplacements he's starting to get, he realizes, I've got most of the relics, I've got the control, I just need to delay this. But the problem is just delaying it means that you are in a little bit of danger of being raided. And Vortex is the kind of guy who will jump under your TC and raid. Now, with these knights, he's picked up quite a few, but at the same time, Louis is okay with this. The problem is just, is Vortex going to be able to do the damage he needs? We see him floating quite a bit of resources now. And the question is just, is this because, oh, I see now, he's getting more production buildings. He wants to spice things up, just get more, and start producing a ton of units. Because you do not want to fight an HRE unless they go Imperial with no resources like Louis is right now. He doesn't have the food for anything. 0 food per minute right now. And
yeah,
with the amount of deer slowly getting dropped off there at the TC, he is going to be able to start doing that. But you can see, he knows that this is such a risky move. He's got those towers in place. He's getting the upgrades as quickly as he can. But that gold per minute, while good, it is just gold. And that market is not going to be trading well forever.
Yeah, Louis, as you said, he's just buying food right now in order to produce units. Isn't able to afford too many, though. Springle emplacement outposts with relics, though, are definitely going to be able to help him out here to a certain degree. Means so that Vortex, he is able to take the remaining deer away with the Pro Scout still working for him. Louis was able to ferry a couple of them back to his own base, so soon should be getting some more food income in again. Yeah, Louis, he's definitely in a very difficult spot because Vortex, his economy has still been going ham the entire time. He's been gathering food non-stop. He's got an army out there on the field, and the second he feels like, okay, Louis, you're looking a little bit too frail there in your base, He's gonna start diving and just pick off more and more villagers, as he already has. 3 villagers right now have been killed off so far. Louis also produced a couple of prelates there from the main TC. So at this point in time, there is a reasonably big villager difference, eco difference in there already. Another defensive outpost gonna be enough here. We do see the knights diving in. Vortex just once again going for villager pickoffs, 2 dying immediately. Not gonna get a third one in here, but still causing a lot of idle time yet again.
The problem is, when you are HRE at this point, you are just holding on for dear life. You've lost a ton of villagers in this. You've already sacrificed so many units, but you need to keep getting those towers in place. And Vortex is not the kind of guy who's going to give you that time to get your towers in place, sit back and relax. There's a few towers that were up, but the thing is, that does not deter Vortex. Vortex is just going to keep on going. You can see now that Louis is just making as many spears as he can. In the queue, 4 more spears. But there's 21 spears on the side of Vortex, and they are looking for blood. The barracks also getting shut down now, and the second group of knights, they're just going to come from the other side and keep disrupting this food economy. And Rus is, honestly, looking pretty strong. I wonder, he hasn't touched gold in his base, has he?
He has not. No, just barely. Look at that. 1,000 gold gathered so far, and he's got 15 knights out, probably like 8 that have died so far. Trebuchet is now coming in as well. Kind of speaks to the strength of Rus, right? They have a single relic, 1 sacred site, and they've only had to gather up 1,000 gold so far. With almost 20 knights out on the field. It's a thing. It's a thing, surely. But yeah, HRE right now just completely trapped in their base. I think Louis might have just been tunnel visioning a little bit too much here on the relics, just not respecting the pro scout play here too much. In the end, running out of food now. We do have those double emplacements here with the relics as well. Just doing a lot of damage overall, but just there's so many units here as Vortex is committing to the dive now. A single trebuchet is still going to take a while though, until this outpost is going to go down. Units starting to clash with each other now. Defensive Waller Low is going to force Vortex back here for the time being. Knights have been I want to say, like, slimmed down a little bit here numbers-wise. Relic gets picked off from the outpost for a quick second Waller Low. Will be put back in just a moment here, but for the time being, Louis able to hold at least a little bit, but Vortex being relentless here. Next trebuchet already in queue, going for the dive again. Emergency repairs hasn't been used yet, just now got utilized, so the outpost is going to be back to full HP in just a little bit. Now the Waller Low not coming in. Second Prelate picks that one up, not coming in. Still on cooldown there. We do have the Saint's Blessing as well.
They are trying their best to heal up these spears at the front line here as well, because those spears are so limited, but the towers are doing insane work now. You do see that army value from Vortex is not going down at all. Our observers giving us a beautiful little look at the front lines of that fight as these spearmen are getting cleaned up. And the towers, while firing wildly, they are just not able to pick this up. One of the towers now going down. This is the beginning of the end. This is where
no more wood as well.
You can't just keep on producing units. Your wood has run out. Your villagers are running for their lives. There's not enough tower to house them, and they are calling it. And Louis losing a pretty big pick here on a map that was very predictable that Vortex was going to pick Rus here. So Louis picking HRE, a civilization that's quite contested. It tells us that he thought that HRE was going to be able to do something about this. And Vortex, he's just too aggressive.
Louis losing the HRE, of course, it is a tough hit, but then again, looking at the draft, the HRE was his only real competitive choice when you're up against the Rus. Such a powerhouse of a civilization here, looking at the total resource gathered, just food, miles and miles ahead here for Vortex. He had a game plan. He had a game plan here with the HRE, with the very fast castle age, with the delayed pro scout. I think his main issue there was Vortex, he was prepared. He knew this play style, and he knew exactly how to answer it. The barracks and stable army composition here immediately to deny the relics, just perfect play from Vortex. Truly just speaking testament here to his macro as a player overall. He knows how to react in these like very early timing matchups.
Now, this is a pretty tough matchup to lose purely because you lost HRE. And this is already a massive thing to be up against after that. But Vortex, he put up the aggression. He already set the pace for the series. And next up is going to be KT against Japan. Now, both of these guys, I I would expect a lot of action from either of them. Vortex, though, having Japan here, we know that Japan can do some sneaky things on especially Dry River. There's a lot of playstyles that you get to go for, but KT has been relentless on any hybrid sort of map. So losing HRE, not the end of the world. Louis has some pretty big picks, and we'll see if he's able to actually just contest this on a hybrid map when we know it's not a map that he would prefer. So he did pick the map though. So to be fair, he probably's got something cooking.
Yeah, Knights Templar, of course, being a very nice pick here for him on a hybrid map. Just tons of resource that you're going to be getting from those lumberjacks. And at the end, I think Japan is a reasonable pick against Knights Templar. The question is, though, is it going to be good enough? Because it's a very interesting dynamic when it comes to the army compositions that both of these civs have access to. While the Knights Templar just have so much wood income that they are able to outmass, or at least not necessarily outmass, but keep up in the archer count up against the Yumi archers from Japanese, which are just so cheap, so easily massable, and being able to keep up in the mass with a more expensive and more robust archer unit straight away means that feudal age or a prolonged feudal age might not be in the best interest of Japan here in this one, unless maybe they go for samurai, but then you lose out a lot on the mobility front. It's a difficult one. Maybe Castle Age, like a fast-ish Castle Age, might be more reasonable in this one from the Japanese, with a couple docks here and there early on to get the economy going. It's still a difficult one, because if you find yourself without food to immediately produce a lot of units as Japan upon hitting Castle Age, you just fall further and further behind, not just because of the pilgrims, of course, but also just because the Knights Templar economy is no slouch baseline. So much wood income, so many resources that you can put into the pawns yourself or just harass with army. I truly think that if you don't have enough food to sustain a fast Castle Age, you will find your opponent with Knights Templar quicker in your base than you want them to.
And I think the mass of units that they can pump out is it's just a lot to deal with. I think a lot of people, when you see KT, you're like, oh, these income, I just need to shut down the pilgrims. But they've got so much going for them, which makes this so difficult. Now, at the same time, I want to take a quick look at the rest of the draft, because we do have the time for this. Now, Scandinavia, when I looked at the map, I was like, I wonder who got Mongols. And I saw both of them banned out Mongols for this. Now, Mongols has been a little bit of a menace in the tournaments, but I don't think we've seen a priority ban on Mongols up until now. So it definitely has found its footing, and it's very difficult to shut down on a map like Scandinavia. So now that Haiti is out of the picture, Japan's out of the picture, what do we foresee on something like Scandinavia, where Vortex is very comfortable? Is there a pick that Louis would probably do based on what he does?
Zhuji Ayubits. Zhuji Ayubits. There's no doubt in my mind that if we get to this one before, with the current draft, has to be Zhuji Ayubits.
Oh, I love the confidence. Crackety knows, guys. This is why he's the best. And the rest of this as well. I feel like Frisian Marshes, also a map that's... We've seen a lot of very short games, and we've also seen a lot of very long games, but there's no real mid-ground between those two. So both of these players, we see French in that draft as well, which does very well. We see Lancaster. I feel like Vortex, he has a lot of options for the maps that there are left, but that could also mean that he can foretell exactly what Louis is going to be picking in his draft based on the map itself. Louis taking English as well, probably not a high priority pick here for anyone at the moment, but yeah, what do you foresee on a map such as Gorge in this case?
On a map like Gorge, I think Louis typically will want to go for Ottomans. Vortex, on the other hand side, JD, French, Byzantines, most likely. Dry Arabia, I would say maybe House of Lancaster. Could also work on Frisian Marshes, but Byzantines also works well on Frisian Marshes. So I think maybe French JD on Gorge, then Dry Arabia would be good for House of Lancaster, and Frisian Marshes, that would be a Byzantines pick for Vortex.
Wow. But the way that you said it, I feel like there's a lot of options, and it doesn't feel like Louis can exactly predict what he's going to be facing on every single map, which makes counterpicking a little bit harder for him than it does for Vortex. So I think in that regard, Vortex does have a little bit of an edge here, but at the same time, we've seen how Louis can survive. And guys, now KT versus Japan on Dry River. I hope you boys are ready, because this, hopefully, is going to be a lot of units in a very little amount of time. And let's hop on into game number 2.
Game number 2, Vortex. He is 1 point behind at the moment on the scoreboard, and he smells blood. No, 1 game ahead. My apologies. He was the one that won with Ruse just now. But we are still seeing a very aggressive play here very early on. We do see the Japanese opening with a Dark Age Dogs. Louis, on the other hand side, though, immediately going for the gold. He is not interested in any Dark Age bounce, and he has a very good map here for him. Gold all the way in the back means that if Vortex wants to aggress onto that gold early on, he's going to have to walk the walk.
And this just spells exactly what we expect to see from Vortex. But Louis knows that Vortex is this kind of guy, and he's gone to scout. We'll see if that scout is actually going to be spotting the barracks there. It doesn't look like it, not yet at least. But he does see that he's not on gold, which should foretell that there are some shenanigans on the way. Now, Vortex putting the barracks there at the front, I don't know if this was the idea of, hey, I want to evade the scout, or if it's just, hey, I want to make sure my unit can run straight there. But now Vortex already telling us he wants to play this aggressively, and he's going to be doing exactly that. Louis asks himself, okay, you went on gold. What are you doing? But the options, I would say, is pretty limited. He's either on water or he's being aggressive. So he is about to spot out a spearman when he does go around here. Oh my
Doesn't
goodness.
quite find them yet. Vortex is also scouting for the gold. He's about to find it. Spearmen don't want to walk into the TC range, and now Vortex knows, okay, that's where the gold is. Spearmen now on their way. Louis doesn't quite have enough gold yet. He's sending a 3rd villager out there. Should be able to gather enough 4th villager coming in as well to seal the deal on the age up. So Vortex not going to be able to deny the age up. Is going to be able to at least do some damage to the villagers here. Spearman has to be so careful not to run into the range of the TC. And now Louis, he's gathered up enough gold. He's going to be able to age up very, very shortly. Vortex, he's just going to have to be content with at least denying the mining camp. Okay, for a second I was scared that there might have been just 1 gold missing out there. But yeah, at the moment, Louis, he doesn't have to be too afraid here. And we are actually going to be seeing the Knights Hospitaller coming in here. So definitely interesting.
Now, I absolutely love the fact that he stopped with 2 spearmen and he said that's enough. He knows exactly how much he needed to actually shut down that Knights Templars boost at the moment they hit feudal. And because they have such a fast feudal age, they do get to decide what the pace of the game looks like for the rest of it. Louis, though, he's got a lot of wood right now. And we might be seeing a nice little production building, or I would say production, instead of a dock that might follow up. Although he did spend it there for a second already. And I do expect to see a barracks when we look back at his base now, unless, yes, that's definitely a barracks, yes. He wants to contest this, ensuring that he can get control back of the map. Although Vortex has, he's pulled out.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense for him. He needs to get an archer range out instead. There we go, archer range now getting rushed out. Because the Knights Hospitaller are actually fairly gold expensive. So he will want to get access to that one as soon as possible. Cross Stars at the same time coming up now for Vortex. Just 1 archer is going to be enough here for him to regain access over the gold. And to be fair, Vortex, he knows, okay, I didn't deny the age up, I can't stick around, he's just going to have to fall back here. So Spearmen are going to retreat for the time being. They're just going to be used as scouts here, looking at the ponds, looking if there's like any villagers moving out right now. Villagers are actually moving out, so Louis is not only going to be looking to secure his own gold now, but also looking to secure some ponds. And look at that, not just 1, but 3 villagers. It's not just 1 pond that he's after. He wants to get as many as possible here, I think.
This feels a little bit risky, but high price, and it can give you a very high reward. Especially just having those 2 archers out is going to deny those spears that you have out here on the map. So he feels pretty confident in this. Vortex, though, I feel like those spearmen, they did the damage they needed to do. They slowed down Knights Templar in a way, but that is not a... Oh, that is a dock. I was about to say, is that a tower on the water? But no, it's just another dock. The man wants to fish, and with the amount of wood he's getting per minute, that feels like the best option ever. You can just see the wood is skyrocketing. And Vortex, though, what is he going to do to answer this? We do see he's got a lot of gold in his pocket already and has not decided how to spend it just yet. But with the wood now, that's not a lot of wood income if you want to be contesting water here. But
knowing
Louis,
Vortex as a player, I would assume that he's opening up with a stable, go for some horsemen. Eventually, if he wants to contest more in feudal age, he is going to need more than that, though. He's going to need an archery range as well. We do see... Oh, no, okay. He's actually instead going directly for the age-up play here. He's going to have to be careful, though. He's going to have to pull the villagers away from the berries. Villagers on gold are going to need to rush that outpost up in order to be able to continue gathering up from there. But yeah, looks like he's just going to go for a fast castle play behind this. I'm not sure about that. He might be giving Louis a little bit too much time there, just leaving him to his own devices for a bit too long.
That's also the problem with this food that he has right now. That's not a lot of sheep under the TC. He doesn't have any economy coming from fish either. And you're just allowing your opponent to get their fish economy up. And then what are you going to do when the numbers start ramping up against you? Because he's going to be able to make a few mounted samurai. And if those don't do a significant amount of damage, he's going to struggle with this. Now the archers are quickly going to get deleted, and that's why Louis is switching over to spears, because he knows what could be on the horizon here. Now, he does push another vill off of gold there, but at the same time, Louis is just fishing and making some spears. We'll see now if Louis does decide to go for another composition here, or just go for castle himself. But with this lead that he already has, he's probably feeling pretty good. Another spearman in queue now, and you can see Vortex is aware of this food issue. He's not going to have a lot of food for a long time. So he does need to try and capitalize on every single bit he can. So going back to those berries, trying to get every single berry he can get plucked before he needs to pull those villagers back. But these villagers are going to be very susceptible to raids later on. We just see those sheep disappearing under the TC all too quickly.
Yeah, he is actively gathering from the rice fields from his Kura storehouse, and the positioning is nice from the Kura. He placed it in such a way that the initial farms that spawn will be directly adjacent to the TC. So Louis is not going to be able to dive deep enough here in order to immediately get any damage on villagers out there. Vortex is very, very quickly getting to the age-up point now. We see a stable getting dropped as well. So will most likely just be that mounted samurai opening here. Behind this, Louis now also expanding to a third pond. A lot of fishing ships already out here for him at this point in time as well. Don't have any pilgrim play yet, though.
And I think that also speaks to the fact that the gold was shut down so early on. He's just prioritized getting the other parts of the economy running. But when you're up against mounted samurais, I mean, you do feel a little scared just investing in pilgrims that can get shut down so quickly. But Floating Gate being rushed up with 12 at the moment. And with a pretty sizable army outside your base, you probably need to consider what is going to come out next to this. Pilgrims now coming on in, and the mass seems to be rotating. They seem to be looking for blood, but he's not producing anything else. So this could just be a single pilgrim play into going castle himself. I was saying that, and then he queued up a few more units. This man, he's listening, and he's doing exactly the opposite.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit difficult, though, I want to say now, for Vortex. Because of the Spearman, he doesn't directly have anything that he can really achieve, I want to say, like with his Mounted Samurai. Vortex is going to be able to potentially give Louis a little bit of a runaround with the Shinto Priest, get some relics in nice and early on. He's going to have to make sure his villagers don't die. He's going to be able to bring them into safety. First Pilgrim is now coming out for Louis, so he's going to start raking in a little bit more gold passively. Vortex, First Mounted Samurai, already in. We don't have enough gold gathered yet for the Daimyo Manor to give him that Uma Beneman. Yeah, Louis just being very cautious here with his own military, trying to just get the read on where the Shinto Priest is going. Doesn't want to give any relics over for free to Vortex.
Now, this man is trying to find some damage. We see him sliding on the way to the other side. The thing is now, that is a pretty healthy water economy. And what I absolutely love to see is the fact that the fishing is quite aggressive. He knows it's going to be important to get as much fish as possible here. Investing more than 3 fishing boats onto a lake just means he wants to get the food, and he wants to get it quickly because he knows what's about to happen here. It seems to be a pretty cheap investment to just keep that economy ahead. Let's go find that samurai and see he's going to run into. We do see that he's going straight for the gold, trying to get a little bit of damage over there, but there is also a pretty big chunk of villagers out here. Republic of Genoa again. That's
immediate reaction.
So fast. Louis always fast on the fingers. It does look like he might get a kill. One villager going down.
He gets a kill, but this was so close, mind you, that he did go up with the Knight's Hospitaller. So his villagers, they do have bonus movement speed, they do have bonus health on them. It is not as easy for Vortex to get kills on them. And do mind you that the Mounted Samurai, with all of their additional attack boosts, with Uma Beneman, they typically get very, very close or are very easily able to two-shot villagers, not just with a charge, but just normal basic attacks.
And that definitely puts him at a little bit of an edge here when it comes to you having to run away from things too. Now, I do see that this pilgrim is being, I was gonna say he's being let free here, but the pilgrim gets a little bit of an extra step in his boots and tries to make it out here. The samurais, they are diving deep. They did get another villager, but this could be a very expensive villager that they're about to be taking down. Those guys are very low, and any bit of damage is going to turn this pretty quickly. 3 of them running out. Now a wall coming up at the top there. Ooh, pretty close, yes.
It's always so difficult with these knights. Like sometimes you think, oh, I clicked them far enough. Surely the spearmen aren't going to follow me this far. But they always do. And once again, Vortex is trying to dive in. The spearmen have him surrounded. If he's able to bring these knights back, he's going to be able to heal them back up. But now, with the full surround, another quick wall coming up here from Louis as well. I don't think he's going to get all of them out alive. Another quick wall coming in very quickly here. Vortex, he wants to get out. This is not the position where he wants to be in. Another quick wall. Louis, this guy walls.
He does, and he knows exactly how to utilize those things perfectly. He knows how to stop them knights just charging at you. Pilgrims also getting rerouted as Vortex knows exactly where they were going earlier. Now, Louis seems to be in a pretty good spot here. Vortex is pivoting though. He's decided to go for some archers in this composition, which is a pretty natural response when you're up against all those spears. But look at those pilgrims just shouting at the skies, bringing in more gold. Now, Mounted Samurai is going for yet another wave, but this is starting to become some pretty expensive attacks.
Vortex at least is able to bring back relics here. Mind you that every single pilgrim is worth roughly 130 gold per minute if they're able to make it to the max sacred site. With Genoa, that goes up to roughly 160, 170-ish. So that equals out to like 2 relics. So if Vortex gets 2 relics in, as long as there isn't any, 4 relics in, as long as there aren't any, I want to say fortresses, he's going to be even on the passive gold income.
Well, this does look like a pretty scary push from Vortex, but at the same time, he needs to be so careful with those samurais because that's a lot of spears. And we do see those samurais finding a little bit of more damage. And that is a pretty massive pickup yet again, but the villagers, they do get to run away, just not all making it out alive. Now, guys, I want you to keep in mind, even though Louis is playing Knights Templar, he's supposed to be a little bit behind in the villages. He's invested so much in fishing ships. And as we can see, there's only 1 full set of fish on that little pond. And that's going to mean that those fishing boats are going to be dead weight pretty soon. So Louis, he's definitely ahead in terms of the income and ensuring that he can produce more units. But the problem is, it's temporary. And he needs to keep taking favorable trades in this.
Vortex on the other hand side, is he dropping any Yoroshiros inside of his main TC? If he does, he is going to be able to slowly but surely catch up in the village department, and he does have that Yoroshiro inside that main TC, meaning that he's actually got a Song Dynasty-like bonus going for him at the moment. Villagers only taking 15 seconds now to produce on his side. Little fight here with the Mounted Samurai, able to still keep the low HP one alive, at least for a little bit longer, but will get taken down eventually. Sacred Site capturing. Attempt, at least by Vortex, will get denied here. If he's able to capture up the sacred sites, these are no longer be accessible for the pilgrims from Louis. So definitely a lot of value there in being able to capture those up. Means that Louis is not going to have, like, he's going to be very much limited when it comes to sacred sites where he can send the pilgrims to.
And this mass is starting to get quite scary, but we do see that army value on the side of Vortex here, or on the side of Louis. Now, he is, however, losing a few units here to these little raids. The thing is, Vortex seems to be pretty calculated in this. He wants to keep shutting down, he wants to keep delaying, because he knows that fishing economy does expire at some point. The Templar brothers, they are going to be quite difficult to handle. The crossbows, being able to pick off these samurai, he does stop the relic for now, but there is already another boy that can pick these up, so he is most likely going to be able to secure that second one too. Now, the prelates or the pilgrims do make their final way to that sacred site, and they will need to find a different direction afterwards.
Yeah, they can at least go for the last one hurrah there, as they do approach cautiously, I want to say. They go for the last hurrah there, but they'll not be able to return until that one gets decapped. So for the time being, Louis only has access to 2 sacred sites in the middle and the one on the top side. Is still getting a lot of passive gold in. Vortex does have a sacred site at the very least, so currently passive gold income is very even between the two. Vortex slowly but surely is going to pull ahead though in the economy department, courtesy of just having those villagers come in once every 15 seconds, and he already killed a couple. And as you mentioned, Whammon, these fishing ships are gonna expire sometime soon. Shoreline fish is not a renewable resource here. Vortex now also switching to a lot of infantry units. Louis, he went for only crossbow so far. We don't see any generous crossbowmen. So for the time being, no direct counter to these spearmen from Vortex.
Now, with Vortex's spearmen, he's possibly going to be able to take some pretty good trades against this army of Louis. But I feel like at the same time, with that archer mass that he's built up, it's so easy to just lose control of them, especially considering that these players are not playing on the ideal ping for either of them. You know, Louis based in Asia, Vortex based in Europe, these guys are not able to play on a server that you can micro perfectly. So every split second of a misstep can cost you a pretty sizable chunk of that. Now, the samurai are keeping all the horses here occupied from Louis. But that army, you can see Vortex having a blob at the top. He's just running into those walls constantly, trying to find a little bit of damage. But this can just keep costing him. Because now, these guys, they're going to split up. They're going to try to find some damage here. But the problem is just, he's going to keep losing them. And he needs to keep these knights occupied. Some of them are pretty occupied there at the back. Villager going down there at the top on the gold. He's also raiding right there. A few of the samurai doing some decent damage. Another 2 villagers going down in this last raid. But 2 villagers at the cost of 5 mounted samurai. It does feel pretty expensive at this stage of the game now.
And now we're also getting the first fortress of the game. Louis dropping that one in the middle, on the middle sacred site. And this means that he is now going to be getting roughly an additional 170 gold per minute as soon as that comes in. That's like 2 relics that he's getting. And another landmark. And a defensive building at that as well. And a buff to his units around it. So that's going to be a very, very high-value army. It says 9,000 at the moment for him, but with all the buffs from the fortress, if he takes a fight around that, that's going to be more like 12,000 value worth of units. Vortex behind this, he's pumping in more and more on a Geisha. But this feels very dangerous against an opponent who has 15 Templar brothers at this point in time, 15 knights, very high armored knights. Villagers getting away in time there from the berries, but I don't think this could be a spot where he can remain for much longer with this massive army now from Louis here at the front sides residing.
You can see Vortex is trying to pick off every single unit he can. He knows he needs to. That is a pretty scary army that is hanging around the front of your base. He does pick off a few of these spears as well. This means that those mounted samurai, singular, is going to be able to do quite well, but he does discover that keep in his base, or in his face at least. And the dock, even though he might burn this down, it's not a dock that has a lot of value. And you can see now those crossbows are just snacking on all these units at the front while the dock is being focused down. Now that does mean that a few of those fishing ships are going to be idle, but they were not going to be active for much longer anyway.
Louis, he is now switching over to the generous crossbowmen, so we'll have a counter to the infantry units from Vortex, at least somewhat. Going to be able to do a lot of damage to them, but Vortex has a very big mass. Those, I want to say the generous crossbows are mostly like a counter to few units because they don't attack quite quickly. They're like semi-hand cannoneers in that regard. Like in mass, they are able to deal with just about everything. But with so many units, they won't be able to kill enough in time. And we do see now Louis going for a huge raid. The Templar brothers, they're just running in right now. No regard for any opponent units here right now. There's not enough spearmen to defend against this. And Vortex on his own side is also diving in deep. Does he have enough to defend against this? Templar brothers also splitting off into the woodline. At the same time, Vortex being preoccupied by the remaining ranged force here from Louis. Also trying to dive deeper into the economy, but there's just not that much static economy, I want to say, for Louis. He's running around with villagers. There's nothing really inside of his base right now to attack on. And Louis getting amazing value inside the base from Vortex behind this.
You can see the idle numbers here from Vortex being much, much higher than those of Louis. He's already pulled a few vills to safety, but the problem is he's going to be paying a very dear price here, Mr. Vortex, losing a significant portion of this army. The Bugattis, though, they're doing pretty well at these trades. We can't see that they are slicing all the way through, but at the same time, you can see that villager kill count. Vortex has... he's lost quite a bit. 19 villagers now down by Louis' hands. And all of a sudden, this is looking a lot better for Louis in terms of the economy as well, even though that fishing has run out.
1,400 gold per minute now on that one single fortress. Louis has also been gathering up a little bit more stone, so could be soon seeing additional fortresses coming in. Triple sacred sites also locked in behind this. Vortex, he does not have a lot of gold income at all at the moment, and Louis, he's positioned units at the next gold mines for him, so it'll be difficult for Vortex right now to regain control over gold. He's got to do that very, very soon, as he doesn't have a big bank of it at the moment. Food income, at least, I want to say, is looking a lot better at the moment for Vortex, at least when it comes to renewability. Renewable resources, always something that you want to have in your empire. Vortex, with the Curastors and additional farms, is looking good in that regard. But still, I feel like just the massive difference there in gold, it's just so dooming to a certain degree.
The problem is, you can see Louis is desperate for that last bit of food. Going out onto the lakes when there's barely any shoreline fish left, he wants every grain of food he can get. And Vortex, with that renewable source of food, he is going to need to be able to make units and take trades very, very well for a long time before this equalizes, because these raids are causing idle time. So even though the food is there, he's just not able to get it for as long as he needs. Now, these Templar brothers, they're just running right through everything. There's absolutely nothing that can stop them from doing this damage. And the damage here is idle time. But that second TC has been added for Vortex. He is not feeling like he's going to back out of this just yet. He says, my economy will be strong again. But we can see the power of walls this game, Brackety. You can see Vortex, he's just getting raided now. And every raid is doing significant damage. While Louis, he got raided for a while. But now, the walls are doing work.
Yeah. In the end, Louis has been able to pick off more villagers from Vortex than Vortex from Louis. Does have that second TC coming in, though. Did have that Yorshire inside the TC for a while. So these fishing ships, I think some are just about due to get deleted at some point soon. Some have been deleted over here already. Oh, Louis is actually still ahead. There must have been some additional idle time then on these TCs as well. If Louis is still ahead at this point in time in the villager department, he has added in a second TC of his own. Still, the Yorishiro TC should have been definitely paying off at this point in time.
It does feel like there was maybe a little bit of overspending here and there just to try and keep up with this army mass, especially on the inside of his base and all that food being idle. We can now see Vortex still being desperate enough to go out on the map and get berries. This tells you that he is also just not on enough food to constantly produce what he needs to. The problem is, when we look at this army, he's still just getting a lot of archers. And against this huge composition, I feel like Louis' numbers are just too scary to handle this right now. And I mean, when you look at that army value, it's already telling you exactly that story too. Almost 11,000 here on the side of Louis. He doesn't need a keep to sustain this army's damage and power. He's just going to be able to go on right through and destroy everything at Vortex when he decides to do so. Now, you can see him getting every single upgrade in the book. Now, Horsemen getting upgraded too. This is just going to mean that this very versatile army is not going to get shut down too easily. Now, they are looking for a charge here, and the connection does look like it's about to come on in.
And Louis, he's just getting so much passive gold, and he's able to continuously pump out these very expensive units. We're now seeing the second fortress coming in, so that's going to be another 170 gold per minute for Louis as soon as that one completes. Actually, with the ability to send pilgrims out to set that sacred site, and with the buff, this could be almost 200 gold per minute there for him on all of these pilgrims. So with 4 pilgrims, that's 800 gold per minute.
Vortex now adding in his own horseman, though. And getting a non-gold intensive unit in this mix is probably going to be quite important here. That aren't just the ones he already has, but we do see this is a Louis that feels confident in starting to dive. Vortex now losing a few houses along the way, and this is starting to look pretty grim for him, because you know that there's this massive army you just don't have an answer to. Vortex, though, more and more horsemen in queue. We do see the food per minute being almost equal, and Sacred Sites timers has been started. So this is going to be an extra little bit of a boost to that gold economy for Louis. And it starts to feel pretty risky here.
Yeah, speaking of things that aren't equal, though, looking at the army value, Louis more than doubles what Vortex has at the moment. And that's just very rough. Vortex is also struggling a little bit on the gold control. Food also no longer looking that great for him, and honestly, this is just looking worse and worse at the moment for Vortex. Farm transition now also coming in for Louis. Vortex is creeping in with the village account that your share inside the main TC, definitely helping out there. But when everything's even, nothing's even, because Knights Templar are just getting so much more value from those pilgrims here than Vortex. Can we actually quickly check villagers on gold at the moment from Louis? Just switch over the UI there, because he doesn't have anybody on gold. This is all passive. All the gold that you're seeing there, it's passive. We're at over 800 gold per minute, completely passive.
And the problem is Vortex's gold access is so limited at the moment. It's limited to that little stone with the passive gold you get from it, and a very tiny gold on the left side of the base. So this army, this fight, is the only fight he has to get back onto gold, because all the gold is so far out. He's fighting under his TC. It does look like these horsemen did not find any damage. Those walls are just doing the work they needed to. Horsemen feeling quite confident to move on over, and you can see that TC now being upgraded. It's going to make this a little bit harder, but at the same time, that TC can only pick off one unit at a time. So it is going to be quite hard. Horsemen just getting boxed out at that last second. And this is already a pretty sizable chunk of Vortex's army. When your army is half the value, it does feel extra scary. A few more villagers getting picked off here, and the gold is going to get shut down. So the gold that he has in the bank is the only gold he's going to have access to for quite a while.
Yeah. Vortex, he does have a decent army size, but yeah, just the army value not being there for him. Sacred Side also becoming an issue. Louis, at this point in time, could also start dropping another fortress on the third Sacred Side. Vortex now wants to take a fight here. Horsemen are trying to make their way past the front line from Louis. Won't be able to find the connection, though. Just going to be content with being able to take down that ram, and will reset for the time being. But Louis just doesn't look like he's content with a reset here. Units, there's a little bit of a blockade. Traffic jam coming in. Trying their best to make it past the houses.
They do make it into the safe region there of the DC, but this scary army is staring straight at him. And there's no answer Vortex has to actually shut down any of these fortresses on the map. And with another one coming in, that's just going to be another set of gold per minute. And, I mean, we're already at almost 1,000 gold per minute. Louis is a very happy camper.
Yeah, also able to just pick off more and more villagers here. Vortex does have that Shogunate Castle working for him, able to increase his food income by a lot. What's crazy is that Louis, because he doesn't need any villagers in gold, he's able to keep up in the food department.
And even if when the farms were not active yet, he could just be chopping the wood and getting that. But now there's a lot of farms at the back of his base too. So even if he loses this army, he can replace this so quickly. He's almost here at max population. But the replacement value for him is going to be so much simpler to do. Vortex now trying to take a little bit of a fight. Horsemen flanking at the top. We do not get a connection here. Those Templar brothers scaring them off. That horseman composition as well, he does need to be careful. The Bugattis are slicing here through the front lines. The horsemen are just looking for a connection right now.
Genry's crossbows are relatively slow, but the formation here working to the advantage of Louis MT, being able to formation shuffle always back to the reinforcement units here, means that the army from Vortex isn't actually effectively able to get close. He is doing his best though. Yumi archers are being able to snipe out a lot of the ranged backline from Louis, and he was able to pick off a good amount of units there, but in the end, the value just still is not there for him. His army just doesn't have that value, and Louis, he's about to finish the wall of Kingdom of Poland coming in behind this Whammon. Once those Lachta Knights are coming in, I am not sure if Vortex has anything left in the tank to just put forward against that.
It's the Imperial upgrades that he's going to be ready for the moment he hits this as well. He's got the income, he's got the mass, and he's also got Vortex's gold there at the bottom with a fortress on top. So it's not like Vortex can get out of this and move past it. He needs to win a fight and then win another one, and then try and somehow make siege with the lack of gold that he has to try and shut this down. But Kingdom of Poland hits now, and let's see what that first upgrade is going to be. He instantly gets the crossbows upgraded first. So he knows where the value is, and he knows what he needs to do. Vortex, though, he wants to take this fight, because this is the only opening that he's going to feel like he has. But Louis, he's already ready with the raid. He wants to ensure that Vortex stays in his base, and he has time to get his upgrades. We see those Genoese crossbowmen just trying to kite. They're aware that they're pretty slow. The formation might work a little bit against him. He has the horsemen get on top, and he is able to pick off quite a bit of these. The army numbers now dwindling for Louis, but the army value is still very much in his favor.
And not just that, there's a lot of upgrades currently on the way for Louis as well. Yumi Archer still being able to pick off a good amount of these Genoese crossbows, which have been upgraded here. Raid still going on. Vortex just relying on reinforcements to deal with that. Now we do have the fortress helping out here for Louis as well. Not just that, he can always just fall back behind the walls in order to make sure that the infantry cannot get close on top of them. Currently just waiting for this front line to thin out, and as soon as the last spearmen are gone, that's going to be the moment in time when the Knights Templar, the Templar brothers, are just going to be collapsing on those Yumi Archers. No more counter units available for him. The Yumi Archer's going to have to run. Lots of army value now also gone for Vortex. Louis still just consistently keeping a double army value lead going here.
It does look like some of those villages were unfortunately misrallied there to the top. They are all going towards their death. But Vortex, even though it looks like his army is significantly more, you do see the value difference. This is just insane. And now Louis getting another fortress here too is going to be so hard to shut down, because some of these villages might go down, but he has so much more. But he knows this is the only moment I have to get the Sacred Side timer. But 2 fortresses out here on the side of Vortex. This just doesn't feel like anything he can shut down.
This is half the economy from Louis that he just had over on Vortex's side of the map. And Vortex can't do anything about that because of all of these fortresses right now, just preventing him from dealing with those. His army can't. It's shrinking further and further and further. There's still so many Templar brothers in queue behind this from Louis. It's just a never-ending slew of army units here right now. And yeah, Vortex, he is ahead in the food income at the moment. Louis, gold income, similar, but it's just, he's already got all the upgrades that he needs in the world, and this is just mostly passive income. We're currently sitting on 6 pilgrims that are able to make their way to the sacred side or the top side. So that's going to be 1,200 gold passively for Louis MT every time.
This is such a tough position to be in, but Vortex knows. I think at this point Vortex realizes, okay, I'm a little bit cooked here. And at the same time, he says, let me get the gunsmith. Boys, I'm going to be getting free units, and we're going to fight this thing out. He's aggressive, but he knows how to take his time and get there. The problem is, with that gunsmith being at the front, there's a lot of knights there that can collapse on any unit that dares come out of it. So, Vortex, he does have a little bit of gold left, but even if he makes it through, for now, he is just going to get collapsed on the moment that Imperial Age hits, because Louis will know this is the one moment you did not produce any units, and you can see those spearmen are barely tickling these horses.
Cast of the Crow, not really a viable option here considering the map. There aren't any neutral markets, so if he goes for it, he's going to lose out on most of the value of that landmark. Tanegashima Gunsmith at least is going to give him access to some free units, but whammon, at this point in time, 2 sacred sites completely walled off, fortresses next to every single one of them. It's looking grim. Vortex, it just feels like there's no potential for him at the moment to get a decap in on these sacred sites. He's massing up more and more units. He is getting some Usutsu in. He's getting a Bombard in. He wants to make one final push onto one of these sacred sites. Tries his best to do so, but I just don't see it happening. I just don't see it working out against this many elite Templar brothers.
There's 1 minute on the sacred site timer left, and it doesn't even feel like those units will move towards the sacred site in time here. Now, biology coming on in. Everything is about to hit before this fight happens from Vortex's side. He's making only spears because that's the only thing he can afford right now. We can see that Imperial Age upgrade just coming on in right now.
It's not gonna finish.
He needs to try and make a move. These guys...
And we're seeing another fortress coming in last minute on the sacred side that Vortex has decided to attack on. Only 3 villages at the moment, more getting rallied over though. And Louis, he's getting himself into position.
Now, he doesn't even feel like he needs to defend this. It looked for a second like he was just going to go straight for the attack. He was also doing some good work here at the front, but they want to be focusing on the tower. He's on top of the sacred site. The timer was paused for a moment there at 21 seconds right now, but he holds it. He has had enough.
And GG comes in. Knights Templar still an absolute powerhouse on these hybrid maps. Vortex, though, he did a good job with the Japanese here. Unfortunately, just not able to keep up with the water boom in the end. And Louis able to also just contest a lot of these relics, meaning that, yeah, Louis now able to even out the set 1-1, meaning that we're going to be jumping into a game number 3 very soon with an even score between these two.
And this kind of sets the pace for, is aggression going to be enough, or is the defensive walls going to do the trick? I feel like Louis showed the perfect level of both in this last game. He showed us he knows how to delay the game to the point where he feels comfortable and then let the raiding happen. Vortex looked good for a second there. Knights Templar has been a civilization that nobody lets through, on this map especially, but they got through, right? So that's it. You gotta accept that. And Vortex, he realizes, hey, I might not be able to take down KT, but I'm going to die trying. So pretty good showing here on Japanese. But Crackety, I don't want to say you called it, but you called it 100% accurately. Scandinavia with Eobits and Zushi.
Yeah, not really any other choices here when it comes to the civilizations. Maybe you could substitute Ayubits for the Abbasid, but on hybrid, that's just a worse version in the end, and doesn't really play to the strengths of these drafts from these two players. So Zhuji up against Ayubits definitely making a lot of sense here coming out from these two players. And Scandinavia, very nice hybrid map overall. I want to say the dynamic is very interesting with how players decide which river they invest their economy into, and just seeing the dives every now and then, like the dock attempts on the opposing river, and just being able to deny, harass a little bit here and there. It's a very fun dynamic for a map, for a hybrid map. It's like Holy Island twice over with a lot more comeback potential on water, I want to say.
We've seen the snowball of Aeobids in these scenarios. We've been seeing a lot of military wings coming on out, and that constant reinforcement of camels has been overwhelming for most civilizations, though, especially with such a strong economy that you have to just boost that on at least having one side of the water here. Now, Zushi, though, they have had quite a few tricks. They've been a pro-scout civ. They've been a civilization that just overwhelms. But at the same time, they've always been constant on water here. So with this being a best of 7, guys, these men have been playing out against one another in best of 5s for weeks. So the best of 7 does taste a little bit differently, because you can be ahead, but you still need to do a lot of work to make it on through. So now that Aeobids and Zushi have been chosen, I feel like the matchups that we don't get to see as much is finally going to start shining through. I'm really excited to see a little bit more of Marlians on the field and a little bit more Byzantines coming on out here. But Scandinavia stays pretty standard. If it's not KT and not Mongols, you're going to get some Aeobids and Zushi in the mix as well. A little bit of Lancaster here and there too.
A nice and healthy mix-up of civilizations. And now it is time. Game number 3 is ahead of us. On Scandinavia, we're jumping right in with Aeobids up against the Zhuji's legacy here for Vortex, spawning in the color red. And wow, and this is an interesting dynamic here, because we could see the Aeobids, for example, opening up with a dock play. They do get those very, very cheap dock ups. Zhuji's legacy, more often than not, we see just straight up rushing it to the feudal age and then going for a dock afterwards, because they get that age up in so quickly that typically they're able to get a archer ship out on the field and immediately deny any semblance of water economy from their opponent before it even really starts paying off. But Louis, we're not seeing any villagers move out to a pond yet, so this appears to just be a similar age-up play, fast feudal age-up play at the moment from Louis. So we'll see these two players in feudal age before long.
And we have to think about now, Zushi also don't mind going into feudal instantly, because with that little garden they can be placing, we'll see where he's going to be meditating today. But getting that meditation garden as early as you can, that does feel pretty good, especially when there's a stone included here as well. The Vortex out sheeping poor Louis and trying to get every bit he can. Now, this makes a lot of sense. If you're trying to get into a faster feudal with Zushi, you already start with an imperial official, so you're collecting taxes from the get-go, which makes this a lot easier. Even for people who go for pro scouts, right? Zushi has been the civilization that has the answer to everything. But I would really like to see where we can possibly get that meditation garden on the map. His Vortex, he does have a few spots, but they don't all look so Jushi.
Yeah, not very Juji indeed. There is one in the back with the stone and the berries. I think that's probably the most accessible one for him. Has a wood line there as well, or on the side. Actually, the one on the side, the one in the back is safer, but the one on the side has the large berry patch, and that's an additional 12 food per minute, which you probably don't want to miss out on if you're trying to min-max it. So. But it looks like he is going for the one in the back. Is a little bit safer, not as many resources, but you can put it right up next to the woodline. So even if you're not getting the entirety of the additional 12 food per minute from the berries, you are going to be making up for it with a little bit more wood income there.
Now, this does feel like a pretty good spot, just because of, like you said, the wood is very important on this map. The moment you have that wood trellis, it feels so good. Yes, what happened, Crackety? What happened?
Look at the age-up choice here from Louis. We're seeing Bazaar coming in.
That is quite bizarre. Oh my gosh.
We're celebrating first time ever semi-final EGC tournament. We see Tradewing Bazaar coming in ever. And we see at the same time also a dock coming up. But this is a weird one. This is a weird one. So Bazaar is very interesting because the way this works, I gotta explain, just because we see this so rarely. The Bazaar gives you multiple random options to invest gold into to get some return resources or return units. You can get traders, you can get some unique units in as well. There's the skirmisher, you can get the... What were the names again? They weren't called... Yeah, you barely see them at all. But you can get like a very tanky melee unit in as well. You can trade out for stone, gold, food, traders. Very random. And these tickets, they do regenerate every now and then, so you're able to continuously trade out time and time again.
Now, Vortex seems to be going water. Fully, because you can see him instantly getting a military ship as well. Let's see what the Gamba has given him. Bedouin swordsman.
Oh, we're seeing the Bedouin skirmishers coming in. So
yes. The
Bedouin skirmishers, stat-wise, they are an anti-infantry unit. They aren't like javelin throwers. They don't have an insane amount of ranged armor. I do believe they have 1 ranged armor. They do bonus damage to all infantry. I'm not sure. Can we actually quickly check? Was it all infantry or all melee infantry specifically as they are making their way across? It is all light infantry. Okay, so that should also apply to archers. So they're going to be doing bonus damage to spearmen and archers. Vortex, with Julius Legacy, he's going to need horsemen against them. But right now, this is just very nice to have a relatively cheap, aggressive unit here that he can use in order to harass on the gold, as we do see villagers making their way over to gold right now. Does Louis spot this? He does see it. Look at the line of sight on these units. They're seeing this one immediately, and now Vortex realizes, oh wait, my opponent's a gambling addict.
This is definitely not something he could have foretold. It's something nobody gets to practice against. Now, even though Zushi's legacy gets shut down on gold here, he should be okay with those taxes coming on in, but the Jigunu is the weapon of choice here. He also got stopped from putting that dock up on the bottom side. Now, this could have been a stop, or it could be a decision he's made as well. Because, of course, you don't want to invest this much wood when you need to be investing it in your base on an archery range. You try and stop these Gamba units coming towards you. But this just means that Louis has this side for free. And he has 3 docks on this side already. This means he's just going to keep making fishing ships. And he's going to be very comfortable in his little lake. While Vortex on the other side, he only has 1 dock that he's producing from. And this just is not going to be the same type of economy for him. Because he's making those reactionary units. Now, at the same time, with the tower coming up on gold, ladies and gents, I hope you're ready. This would mean, with that amount of villagers on gold, that we're going to be seeing a fast castle coming on in here for Louis. And Vortex, honestly, with the civilization he's on, he should be able to do a little bit of pressure and punish him if he's going to try and be that greedy.
Yeah, Vortex did choose to go for the Jugenau. They're not quite as fast, they don't have as much range as these Bedouin skirmishers, and Louis, he's answering with his own stable. So for the most part, I won't say the Desert Raider isn't going to be able to do too much against the Jugenau. The Horseman definitely will be able to do something, though.
Now, I do get called out in chat there, and remembering that this is the Gamba wing, and they do need gold for that as well. So, yes.
It's not free real estate.
Unfortunately. I remember the days when the economy was just so good, and they weren't even that expensive. I remember playing Aeobits back in the day. That was absolutely disgusting. But with the amount of Jugenau on the map, this does feel pretty scary already, though. Now, those camels are creating a little bit of a presence here, right? We've got the horseman now in Q2, and Vortex, though, he's just making more Jugenau. He feels confident in these boys. Yeah?
He got siege engineering. He's making a ram. He's going for a ram push. We do now also have more Bedouin skirmishers, some Bedouin swordsmen coming in as well. And Louis, if he gets a little bit more gold, he can get another pack of these Bedouin swordsmen in as well. They have a lot of armor. And not a lot of armor, actually. They have a lot of health. They're tanky health pool-wise. They don't have any armor, I believe. Or very little. But yeah, Louis, because of this investment, Vortex, he sees the amount of villagers on gold. Of course, he believes that his opponent, Louis, is just trying to go for the cheeky age up here. But that's just not the case. He does see the military units now, and he realizes, wait, he's been investing into the Bedouin units. It's not that he's going up to Castle Age. He's getting military units out for gold. That's just not something that you can really anticipate here. So suddenly, Vortex's read on the situation proves to be wrong and puts him in a whole lot of trouble, potentially.
And what I love to see here is he went out here because he was trying to shut this down. He knows he needs to shut down that gold. For him, if he thought, hey, maybe this is going to be castle, I need to shut down, ensure he doesn't get all the upgrades he wants. But he also reinvested in another scout. And this is quite important, because having a scout here is key, because you need to know exactly what your opponent is doing. He's been flying blind since he's lost his. Now, it does look like there are some units going out here on the back, but the scout does spot them, and more Jugenau coming on in. Now, he did get +1, and this is going to mean that those Jugenau, they do tickle a little bit harder than usual. And even against any unit with armor, he should be alright. But now floating a lot of food, because there's just not enough gold to keep producing these Jugenau. We do see that he's gone onto the other side. The Jugenau now in a pretty good mass here. You don't want to be taking a fight against these. The horsemen are a bit cheeky, but he does get +1 range defense now. Louis does need to be careful here that he doesn't take a bad engagement against this mass, because once those Jugenau are in a big enough mass, it gets so difficult to shut them down. But that scout, he might be in some danger. He doesn't overcommit, though.
And now Louis, he's really committing to more and more horsemen as he sees that Vortex currently is making only, and I mean only, Jugenaus. This is the classic Jugenau all-in push that we see from the Juji's legacy. Up against Louis here. Is this going to work out, though? Louis, he completely pulled off of gold at this point in time. Never mind, he just switched over to the other gold side. And Vortex did the same thing. But it looked like Louis for a second would be going over there. Does move back though. Has the outpost there to protect himself. As the Raider gets taken down. But yeah, at the moment, like, Louis still has definitely very, very active gold gathering. Vortex behind this. He will want to go for the age up. I think he might lose his entire military before that, as Louis is starting to collapse on his army here.
He knows that this army is split, and those horsemen, they probably have a pretty good chance right now. The Jugunu, they're going to trade okay. But you can see him target firing. He really needs to take down as many units as possible while he loses these guys. You do see that he brings the rest of his army there from the bottom as well, but it does look like they turned around. They realize that these Jugunu are cooked, and he does need to keep the rest of his army alive. Both of these players now looking straight at Castle Age, and this feels like a pretty slippery slope here, because the Jugunu mass is so important to keep full, especially against the amount of units we will be seeing here from Louis now. Louis is spending a little bit of extra food to get that extra scout out, and we'll see if he's going to be, what he's going to be aging up with here. Is this a position where you go military or eco, Brackety? Military, right?
Both works in theory. You can decide for both. You could also go for the logistics wing just so you're able to keep up with the relic gathering. But it's going to be military wing reinforcement here. That means that he's going to be able to spawn 3 desert raiders every 1.5 minutes at this point with the age up. That's going to be quite nice for him. Villager on the shoreline is going to get picked off. Age up very early, very quickly coming in for Vortex, thanks to that bonus on the Juji's Legacy, being able to get these buildings up very, very quickly. Looks like the dock is going to get burnt down, though, so Vortex very quickly going for the drop-off there on the ships, wants to make sure that he's getting as much food in as possible. Knights now also coming in, so he's going to have a nice frontline unit here protecting these Jugunu. Louis now also actively investing into these Desert Raiders. As long as Vortex keeps an active, or rather a normal, good amount of Jugunu up, he's going to be able to deal with the Desert Raiders. The issue is once Camel Lances also are getting mixed in.
And getting those Camel Lances to actually die will be quite hard. Because with that amount of gold that you have in the bank, you get to decide whatever you feel like, whatever unit you feel like, and whichever upgrades as well. So this does feel like a pretty good position here for Mr. Louis. You do see the horseman trying to find some damage here. That tower is going to be able to protect the villagers, but the Imperial official does pay the price. And those towers, they don't hit too hard. They do shoot little cannons, but the cannons are not going to be enough of this. He does have to pull the villagers from the back here as well. We see villagers moving over to the water there too. He is careful, and he realizes how dangerous this can be. But these lances, they're providing a great front line for now, and also a sense of security. But if Vortex overextends yet again, he's not going to be able to remake that army.
Yeah, looks like Vortex is about to pick off some villagers, though, as they jump out of that outpost. Behind this, Louis, he went very, very crazy on water. He's thoroughly ahead when it comes to the economy, to the income at the moment. So Vortex, he is definitely on a timing behind this. Lots of upgrades are going to be coming in now for Louis, as he did have a lot of gold upon aging up. We're seeing a ton of Camel Lances immediately in queue for him. And upgrades coming in as well. +2 Pierce Armor, very important up against those Jugunu. And this Louis still just looking for raiding opportunities. And the 3 Desert Raiders that have come in are going to be able to deal with these Castle Age Knights even before the Veterancy upgrade comes in on them. So Vortex is going to have to run away here, at least for the time being. Jugunu still looking for damage potential. They don't have their +2 damage upgrade, though, so I feel like Vortex might still need to be very careful here. He is not ahead when it comes to the military count at the moment at all.
He's playing like he is, though. This man thinks that he is going to be able to take this fight, but this army is so scary, and you can see they're going straight for the Jugunu. This mass is about to get cleaned up so quickly. The Knights, or they're trying their best. But Crackety, these guys are melting, and you can see the Jugunu, they're not even trying to kite right now. They know that they're in danger here. They're trying to get Camel or 2 to fall, but we see that army value, the numbers, everything is falling apart, and Vortex realizes, I may have overstepped here, underestimating how much investment there was on the water here from Louis. And even though Louis is not the man who prefers water maps, he definitely knows how to play one.
Yeah, able to pull ahead now on a water map up against Vortex, definitely very well executed. And just looking at the economy count, as you said, Whammon, just a lot more investment on that water. And it's a very unorthodox play, right? With the Gambler Wing, not something that we typically see on Iobits on this map at all. I think Vortex, he just didn't really know how to counter this one out, didn't know how to react to this one. In the first game, we saw Vortex going for the perfect reaction to the play from Louis. In this one, it really didn't quite feel like he had that much of a plan on how to counter this one out. And now at this point in time, like with the unorthodox strategies from Louis, I think Vortex, he's reacting in turn. I think on Gorge, he might have wanted to pick a different civilization, something like JD or French, but instead whips out the Byzantines here up against the Malians from Louis.
Now, getting Byzantines against Malians, I think a lot of people have some pretty standard playstyles when it comes to Malians. But when you go with Malians, it's so easy to greed out a little bit. And I feel like Louis, he's been showing us he knows when to greed. At the same time, Vortex playing a civilization such as Byzantines, we know that how Byzantines can just be completely overwhelming for anyone on Malians when those rams start coming out. Louis, he's shown us exactly, he knows when to stop. He knows when to back off, and he's been doing it perfectly here. Now, I want to just point out the fact that we saw the Gamba wing coming on out. Louis, it felt like he knew what he was doing. It feels like he's practiced this. And Vortex, he's never seen the Gamba wing in this scenario, because with the reaction from both of these players, you can see where their comfort lied. And now, is this going to be something we see from Malians as well? Do we see a Farimba? Do we see cows coming out and just being the priority here? Does Vortex try to kill him in feudal? There's just so many options here, but I think a big indicator here is going to be the gold spawn. The gold spawn does make this quite juicy if you start to get control of one side of the map, if all the gold veins are centered there.
I'm not 100% too sure about that, because Byzantines, they've got their own agency here. They've got their own game plan, and it's all about getting those cisterns up and running, because your economy on 1 TC with Byzantines rivals any civilization on 2 TC. Or in this instance, for example, on cow boom or pit mines or whatnot. I think Vortex, he can just be happy with a couple of units, get a couple of mercenary units out, just bide his time for the castle age up. And once you get that Golden Horn Tower with 5 cisterns in, you just produce so many units that you're able to outmass the Malian cattle food economy, or just pretty much anything that Mali can really throw at you. So I think it's more up to Mali here, actually, in order to make something happen. Not Byzantines have to react to Malians, it's Malians have to react to Byzantines.
I'm actually so happy to hear that, guys. I hope you're making notes right now, because this kind of inspires me. I didn't think about it that way. I think a lot of us, when we see Byzantines, it feels like a civilization that needs a while to get going. But at the same time, so does Malians. It's not a civ that you see instantly in your face, instantly in your base, unless they're going for some early scout shenanigans, which is definitely not something you'll see against the civ that also wants to bide that time. I feel like we might be making notes. Crackety, I'm going to be making notes at least, because for me, this is a matchup that I have never truly figured out which could be favored and who sets the pace of the game. Now, Byzantines, though, I do think the fact that they get to do the rock, paper, scissors and they get to dictate what the response is from Malians does make this a little bit slippery. So if Vortex does get ahead, it feels pretty tough to come back from that. But we've been seeing some pretty crazy stuff from Byzantines recently as well.
Yeah, I think maybe we could even see just some early aggression from the Malians. You really want to put a dampener up on Biz as quickly as possible. But it is now time for us to jump into game number 4. Louis right now, he is leading. He is ahead 2-1 at the moment on the scoreboard. Vortex here with the Byzantines in the color red. And look at this opening already that we do see out here from Vortex. He's on the berries, and he is going to be going for a Hippodrome play from the looks of it. And this is an interesting shift in the meta at the moment, or not really in the meta, but like in the way that people scale the economy as the Byzantines, because no longer is it all about that grand winery, no longer is it all about the initial wave of olive oil. Players at the moment are just playing so much into the cistern scaling, with getting up to 5 cisterns as quickly as possible. They have realized that the only thing that the Grand Winery really gives you is a better timing on the first mercenary pack that you're getting out. And they're also allowing you to get a second mercenary pack in from the very first berry patch. But just scaling with the cisterns, it's just so much more efficient long term. 26% bonus gather rate and all the bonuses on your production building, research and whatnot. It is so much more worthwhile, and you can just also go for the Hippodrome instead. Get some stronger horsemen in with some healing.
So with the latest patch, we know that the Hippodrome does feel a little bit safer to go for because your horses now do give you a little bit more value when they get a villager kill or two. Now, with this, I don't think Louis is the kind of guy who will lose any vills, but it does produce a bit of a reactionary play that is going to cost Malians quite a bit and does delay their eco a bit. Because every production building you force Malians to make just ensures that Malians' boom goes a little bit slower. Now, Byzantines, we can now see floating a little bit of stone here, though. I mean, usually we see a level 2 cistern coming out at this point, but Vortex, he's holding... Oh, never mind. He may have forgotten for a second there. I was like, is this man cooking something else? Because the other option here would have been to get a second TC, but yes, that takes such a long time to actually get going. So Vortex now getting that second cistern, ensuring that that eco is boosted, and we can understand that this is going to be a well-predicted game from here on out. Now, Louis does get a bit of sheep. I don't think that's a lot for Malians at this point, especially because with Malians, it's quite tough to constantly pump out those units. Now, he does still have the other side that he does get to scout. So, luckily for him, we do have a pretty even, I say even split, but no, Vortex has snacked quite a bit. There are still a few up for grabs, though. So with Malians, though, shutting down that food, especially in the early game, I think is the most important. Hippodrome coming on out.
Just forcing them in general into some sort of play around food, either out on the map or investing into cattle, definitely helps you just reducing their tempo a good bit. And there it is, Imperial Hippodrome coming in. Vortex also soon going to be able to drop that that third cistern. And yeah, he's once again just found a lot of sheep over on his side. So definitely has to be a game where Vortex is really feeling good about what he's been able to achieve so far when it comes to the sheep count. Look at that, 18 live sheep for him. That's 3,600 food. That's enough for him to reach Castle Age and produce a whole lot of units safely underneath his TC, with a lot of bonus gather rate as well.
And the thing is, if he does produce any units, he's already just going to be able to go out on the rest of the map and do whatever he wants. If that includes some berry play, it would be very nice to see. But now we do see a production building instantly coming on out, and it's going to be a stable. So, cows already being built. Stable is out. Crackety, are we just seeing a quick cattle boom?
Quick cattle boom and sofas or warrior scouts in order to deal with the horsemen? This is an interesting kind of play. I mean, you can just use the warrior scouts to try and have an active mobile unit around there. It's a weird one. It's honestly a weird situation right now. We're seeing warrior scouts up against Hippodrome horsemen. For the most part, I want to say Hippodrome horsemen can just ignore the warrior scouts for the most part and go after villagers instead. But with the upgrade already in, Louis is going to be able to force a reaction here on the Barry's Vortex. Does he realize that the upgrade is in? He does. He's going to pull the first villager back now, and he's got enough olive oil now to get a mercenary pack out as well, so nothing that he needs to be too afraid of. Akratoy is coming out. He knows that he doesn't really need it for anything else at the moment, so can just use it to get some damage in on the warrior scout. Not that it really matters, because he's just going to regenerate all the health back.
And the second one coming on out now here at the front of the berries. This does feel a little bit slippery, because those villagers taking good damage, and again, once they do get this low, they do get a little bit easier to pick off. But both of these players, they're not very good at losing villagers. Pretty fast on the reactions and ensuring that the opponent has to take some unfavorable trades. But Louis now going for a little bit of a sofa play here, 2 double broadaxe coming on in as well. Prioritizing a little bit of an upgrade here between all those cows, as we now see 3 cows already in their pens. So this is already going to give a tiny bit of a boost to that food economy. Vortex, though, he is already, I think, on his 4th cistern. So this is a pretty good economy to have already at that point. And he's ready with the 5th, too. Crackety. This is a good economy for them. Oh no, I mean
He's got the stone for it. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. He's got enough stone for a fifth. I think he might want to just extend it towards another berry patch here. We're now seeing mercenaries come in as well. Double horsemen working here for him at the moment. Still needs to be a little bit careful though, as Louis does have a couple more of them out at the moment. He didn't, of course, invest into these cisterns, but these will very quickly pay for themselves. Harassment coming in from that sofa. He just needs to wait a little bit longer for these longbows to arrive, but he doesn't want to have his villagers on the berries idle at this point in time. So he's just going to try and take the fight around the villagers, where at any one point in time he could just pull them to assist in a fight. And now with a longbowman, he's going to be able to have enough units out here to just force Louis back over to his side of the map.
And Louis getting a few more sofas in here does feel pretty slippery, because we know what a sofa can do. And yes, there used to be a rule, don't make feudal age sofas. But when you've got this type of economy behind it already, we see the food per minute already at 630. And now Vortex is going to need to go over onto, the sheep. But no, this man feels pretty confident. He's going out on the map. Does he know that he's up against this many sofa? Because horsemen, they might not be the answer to that amount, at least.
Yeah. It used to be that sofas were not that good in Feudal Age, but they actually got a pretty massive buff. Plus 5 HP, plus 1 damage in Feudal Age as well. Now we do see the collapse on the villagers there on the gold. Akratoy is getting activated for some bonus armor here on the retreat. In return, Vortex not going to lose any villagers over there. He moved out with his cistern level 5 now onto the berries in order to get even more mercenaries in, because he doesn't get the second mercenary pack from the first berry patch, just due to not going for the Grand Winery. And Louis, he just keeps checking time and time again, sees, did the villagers come back? And when they did, they would pounce there. Right now, Vortex, he's still just biding his time around the second berry patch, as his horsemen roaming around. Just waiting for more mercenaries to come in.
Getting these horses out on the map is so important, but at the same time, when you move them out, this can happen. Quickly getting on top of the longbows, which is massive. The villagers do get pulled towards the horses. Horses activating that ability, and they are just healing up, taking on these sofas swimmingly. We see them breaking through these sofas. Villagers trying to do their work while all of this is happening. Sofas target firing some of these sofas at least, target firing the vills. Villagers are fighting back, 2 of them already going down. Now, the horseman numbers, though, does not look that good.
Yeah, it looks like there just weren't enough of them there. Even with Triumph, the buffs, they just really worked quite nicely here. For Louis and Vortex, he just calls it immediately. He did just get Limitani out, but felt like he just didn't have enough of them out in time. Triumph just ending a little bit too early here for him as well. But yeah, GG getting called in this one. That means that Louis is now going to be 3-1 on the scoreboard. Military value lead just extending a little bit too much. Maybe Vortex just felt like he lost a little bit too much against the cattle economy as well. This means that, yeah, Louis, he's going to be on a very early match point now.
This happened so quickly, and Louis showing us he knew exactly how to deal with Byzantines, trying to get their eco going, and to do so, he just needed to make a mobile unit that can handle horses, which went pretty well. And I think with the fact that Vortex was still making horses behind this against such a big Sofa army, later adding in the Limitane, maybe just was not the call in that scenario. But again, this feels like Louis has practiced this matchup a significant amount of time. And maybe Vortex just has not seen that type of response, because your usual response is, hey, I need donzos. But when you make donzos, the response is, oh, look at my longbows. So it just feels like Louis already calculated that, and he knew exactly what he needed to do to shut this down pretty quickly. But Crackety, English was not on my bingo card for Frisian Marshes, honestly. English was not on my bingo card. So, Frisian Marshes with Lancaster and English. This does feel like a...
Yeah.
It feels like Vortex, he's got the better pick here, right? Right?
This is an interesting one, just because this matchup is coming in so rarely, right? Because English... Sure, they don't have manners, but they also benefit a lot from being untouched for the first 10 minutes of a game. if we see something like, I want to say, the early fast castle age from House of Lancaster with Earl's Guard play, I'm not sure how well that's going to work against English, who do have access to a longbowman unit, which is able to penetrate through a lot of armor relatively early on, even when being an age behind. At the same time, though, Earl's Guards do quite well with more movement speed, with a range attack, so just pitching up the units against each other, it's an interesting one. English Mad Arms also +2 armor. You got the aura, of course. It's just a matchup that you don't typically see. So I'm just right now thinking about all the different implications here that you've got going, right? Like, English 2TC, for the most part, should be pretty much unpunished from the manor play from the House of Lancaster. Vortex with House of Lancaster, I would expect to be a little bit more aggressive overall. And you do have access to the Hobbler, which does have +1 pierce armor compared to +1 pierce damage on the longbows. Maybe there's a play into Abbey of Kings from the House of Lancaster that Vortex could be going for. We did see that come in from Numedan at one point during this tournament. It's an interesting one. I can't honestly really call the game plan at the moment for either of these two players, just because this matchup just comes in so rarely. And honestly, I've not seen it before, neither on ladder nor in tournament play.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen a lot of English in tournament play, but Lancaster, it's been a regular, and it's been a regular on this map too. So I see in chat that a lot of people are saying English 2TC, Manners, we'll see who prevails, but honestly, I think someone did the math on them, and Manners do well for a significant portion of time longer until that 2TC eco kicks in. So I guess it depends on who can actually do damage to the other and slow down that little bit of a boom that will be on either side. But guys, we're going on in. It's Manners versus, I guess, just English. English, the plague of the ladder. We've seen this time and time again, but now in a little bit of a different spot from before. Yeah, pause there. Oh, there we go. We're back.
Louis at the moment, this is now match point, already 3 points for him on the scoreboard. He just needs to win one more in order to get past the semifinals into the grand finals, where he will face off either against Marine Lord or Anatan. We will be looking at that set after this one. But Vortex, he's not done yet. He is still in this one, and we're seeing him on the House of Lancaster here. And this is going to be on Frisian Marshes. Everything's even when it comes to the spawns here between these two, so no real discrepancy there. And this could just be, I mean, I want to say a slow start to the game, a boomy type game. That's also not something that we really know Vortex for, so maybe there's going to be a little bit of variation. Maybe we're going to see something like an Abbey of Kings coming out from Vortex with the Lords of Lancaster. And just buffing up his army and going for an early timing push up against the English.
Now, I absolutely love the fact that he's got a pretty sneaky position here for that spicy little landmark he's about to put down if we're not going to be seeing some king play. But getting a stone and a gold in that protective range would be quite nice, as the wood is also just right back there. Which means that Louis is going to struggle to punish that and slow it down. So he does go for it, Lancaster Castle, right on top of that gold and stone, which is going to mean that he is not going to have to be worried about anything. But Louis, he's getting ready for that second TC play, and we will finally have the answer that nobody has asked for. English 2TC, or House of Lancaster, teaching them a few manners.
Yeah, definitely not the question anybody has been asking here. To be fair, like, English 2TC, when it comes to boomy type plays, it's great. Absolutely great. You totally get obliterated by any pro scout civilization, by any active pro scout civilization. But if you're up against a slower type play from your opponent, you're fine. You're honestly fine. You're gonna be having like a really competitive castle age timing. Your economy on the farms, which by the way have been buffed quite heavily, I want to say, recently, early on, up to castle age from the English. I'm not sure why exactly they did that. Instead of just making English more competitive in the current meta, they made it so that English is better at the things that they're already really strong at. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, in this situation, like English is, they're playing to their strengths. They're playing to their strengths right now in a meta where typically they don't play to their strengths. So even though English is not a highly traded civ at the moment, in this situation, they can be looking quite well.
And we've seen English late game. They just do not die. The thing is, House of Lancaster, same thing, right? It's a civilization that also flourishes the moment it gets to mid to late. But Louis now getting that abbey with only 2 is going to mean that that king is not going to be able to do any work anytime soon. While Vortex, on the other hand, gets his feudal age pretty quickly and will be going onto the stone with those villagers as well. Now, that second TC timing from Louis, I'm so excited to see how quickly he gets that flick up as the stone is already pouring on in. He did not go for the straggler trees, though. And I've seen a lot of people min-max that from back in the day. But only 4 on stone means that he is not rushing anywhere. Vortex is aware, Louis is aware. They've been scouting each other very thoroughly, as we can see now. He's tanking a little bit deeper too to just understand exactly what is cooking. But this is a pretty standard early game, and we won't be seeing any crazy shenanigans following up with this. So, scouts just keeping an eye, splitting up the deer luring, not what it used to be, but ensuring that those deer are not going to be the prime spot for the second TC. It's a pretty strong move to pull here.
To be fair, I think Louis is probably just going to place the second TC on his gold anyways, just have a nice spot over there between the gold and the wood line, maybe even in front of the Abbey of Kings. Now, there it is, right there, next between the gold and the wood line, looking very nicely there for him. Vortex, just judging by how many villagers he had on stone, I believe Vortex is going for a fast castle age play. He's not going to be going for any additional manors past those first 3. Because if that was his plan, he would have gathered some gold for the upgrade. I think instead he's about to rally all of his villagers either back to gold, or we're going to start seeing some production buildings for feudal age play. I don't think he's going to be going for more than 3 manors. He's still in stone.
Crackety, you're jinxing it right now? I feel like
we're gonna see a second TC. We're gonna see 3 manors, 2 TC.
Oh my gosh. Crackety, are you sure about this? Because
No.
that would be the spiciest type of play we've ever seen coming out of Vortex right now. Just greed upon greed upon greed, and I'm here for it. That king, though, he gets to dive. He gets to cause a little bit of idle time. Go back, heal up, do the same thing again. So, that does feel a little expensive to do. Villagers here fighting back, though. The scout body blocking, but the scout may pay the price. He does pull back just in time. That king gonna go right back to base, heal up, and do the same thing again.
I mean, right now in the current situation for Vortex, this is cook or get cooked, but is he the lobster or is he the chef in this situation? Looks like he did actually pull off the stone a little bit early. Now he's going to be going for the fast castle age macro behind this. He does have 600 wood in the bank, though. Maybe he's deciding for a 6-manor play now after all. I think he saw that Louis saw how much stone he had gathered and how little gold he had gathered by comparison. So I think he's just intentionally changing his macro, his game plan right now, to go into the more meta-type play after having been caught out a little bit on his game plan there.
Now, Louis is trying to idle as much as he can, but with that king, you can't really do much against this. There is still a pretty big building firing at you, and those villages are extra spicy. You can see Vortex perfectly microing his vills as well to just negate some of the damage. Louis, though, does what English does best and builds farms. Ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing farms on English. I don't know if anyone expected this, but I'm really glad we could all be here together to watch that, but that just means infinite food for a very long time. The second set of manors now coming on in, and we'll see what that eco is going to be looking like, because that's a lot of villagers still on gold, and it doesn't look like they're getting pulled off anytime soon. Oh. As I say that, a few of them are building that extra manor, and we'll see if they're going to go back onto a little bit more.
Yeah, Vortex, I'm not sure if he's going to go for the, rally the nobles. I think instead, just judging by how much food he still has in the bank, I believe he's going to immediately be looking for the age up as quickly as possible. So I believe, just judging from the current macro, that we are going to be seeing a White Tower Earl's Guard push up against Louis. Louis currently, he's 7 villagers ahead, but we do have 3, about to be 6 manners up from Vortex. So income-wise, Vortex is going to be ahead at least for the time being. Louis, though, with great macro, is trying to get up to Castle Age as quickly as possible. And typically, with the English, in this situation with 2 TC, that's going to be a white tower out of him as well. And unlike House of Lancaster, he does have the option with his white tower to actively produce units out of it at an accelerated rate.
And those units, it just makes it so much easier because you don't need to focus on getting production buildings that cost a lot of wood of investment. If you want siege, if you want crossbows, if you want knights, they're all going to come out of that beautiful landmark, while on the other side, Vortex will need to invest himself, and he has not invested in anything just yet, which makes a lot of sense, but the villagers are spicy again, and just hitting back towards that king. Both of these players about to click up to the next age, and honestly, I'm just surprised at how perfectly timed this is for both of them. The villagers now moving towards the wood line here, and I was going to say, if this is a King's College, and it is a King's College, oh my gosh, crackety. King's College in this economy?
Yeah, that's
English?
an interesting one. I'm surprised by the King's College, not surprised by the White Tower. But that's a really good White Tower spot. They're already securing the next gold, securing a lot of area around it for more farms around it as well. And I guess it makes sense, because Vortex in this situation, like, he's not really going to be able to do a lot against this. We're seeing double stable as well. So I guess Vortex is gonna hammer out knights against this now, try and collect relics. Issue is Louis already has the counter out. 7 spearmen for him at the moment. His economy is looking very nice. He's actually got a lot more food income at the moment compared to Vortex already. Yeah, this is... I'm not sure if Vortex game plan is gonna really work here.
Vortex's plan is knights instantly queuing up those. And getting another manor expansion, crackety. This man, he's just mannering his heart out. The thing is just, I feel like Louis has a pretty good answer to most of what he wants to do. Already the White Tower is an answer. Walls, a wonderful answer. And he's yelling this answer from the skies. And not just any walls, those are some wham walls he's got there. Getting every corner of his base, ensuring that nobody shall pass. So these knights, they are going to struggle doing a bit of damage here. 2 already out on the field, and now Louis gets his own. But keep in mind, guys, those knights from Louis, they're going to be able to go back and heal up if they do take any damage.
It's true, at the same time, Vortex Knight with the Color of Esses, once he researches that, they're going to be able to do a lot more damage up against the knights from Louis. He's going to need a lot of them, though, if he wants to really contest these relics out on the map. We do see the first monk coming in. Knights from Vortex are trying to find some damage there. The only thing they're going to find, though, realistically, is going to be that White Tower. And in the Stealth Forest he goes. Oh, he's about to be finding a whole lot of spearmen there. Is going to be able to get away, though. That was a close one. I could have easily seen him lose that knight there. He's just pumping out more and more knights, but he just saw just how many of these spears his opponent has. But with the 9th mana going up, we could be seeing a switch up with the Muster Nobles, where suddenly Vortex is going to get a lot more cavalry units in and a big meat shield here to take... That's some interesting pathing. To take a way better engagement up against Vortex. Man, the melee brains sometimes on these units.
They just want to do as much damage as possible at the cost of their lives. But the problem is now, there's a lot of manners here, right? They're doing great in terms of bringing in some economy. But English 2 TC, if you look at the food per minute, the wood per minute, he's just able to keep up with Vortex. And Collar of S is now being researched, more knights in the queue. So even though he's got the King's College, he's getting those upgrades for just a little bit cheaper. This is going to be a lot harder to do with the English economy, because the English is just able to replenish these units. He's got unlimited food in those farms. And the King, he's going to keep healing these units up. He's going to be able to move out on the map. Louis has the decision to make here. And he's going to decide how aggressive he wants to be. With all those spearmen as well, he can leave a few in his base to deal with these knights and instantly respond when he tries to attack and get through a wall.
Yeah, not just that. With this many units out in the field in general, he's going to be able to really lock down every single relic here. Now Vortex has been able to bring one relic back, just courtesy of getting the age up in a little bit quicker, having a lot more wood courtesy of the manners upon reaching age up, so he got the monastery out quicker. But now it's Louis' turn. And we are seeing the Shire Levy coming in. So Vortex is going to be getting a good amount of Yeomen very quickly, and with those archers, he's going to be able to take some great engagements up against the spearmen that Louis has been massing up so far behind this. Second relic now also on its way for Louis. Monkey's not in his comfort zone there, as he does get picked off. Knights are trying to find a way into the economy from Louis. He's just going to pull some villagers there in order to counter-repair there at the gate, trying to hold the door, so to say. And the reinforcement spearmen will be there in time to greet him. Shire Levy now coming in. Suddenly, a large amount of Yeomen hit the field.
And that is pretty massive, because now he's just making more and more, getting +1 as well to ensure that he can handle these. But now horsemen being mixed in here too. Now this is probably one of the better moves to make, because when you know your units are going to be handling their direct counter, horsemen are going to do pretty well against this too. Getting +1 range defense, he knew this was coming, and he is prepared. Now, again, eco is already better for English. And this starts to feel pretty snowbally here, because with House of Lancaster, we've seen House of Lancaster make some pretty insane plays, and they're able to go Imperial behind all of these things. But now, Louis is just going to keep making units. He's going to sit back behind those farms, keep making units, and try to wait for the right moment. I say that. And Vortex is getting siege at the front of the base, getting a trebuchet already queued up. He's looking for the kill. He knows this is a second TC. There's a little bit of a window here, and he hasn't been able to find any damage.
I'm a little bit surprised that we don't have Muscle Nobles at this point in time yet for Vortex. He could definitely use them. Never mind, they're coming in right now, so we'll be having a lot of Demi-Lancers soon join the fray. Trebuchet coming up behind us. He just wants to get a big static push going up against Louis. Does have a good army count at the moment. Horsemen will take a while to mass up, but as you said, Whammon, with the amount of food income that Louis has at the moment, they'll come in sooner rather than later. I think maybe Vortex could also use some Springles, honestly, against just the raw amount of spearmen that are there. Currently, he's got a great amount of army value. Granted, it's not as strong as it looks, because the Demi-Lancers are actually being counted as a 240 value unit. They're not worth 240 resources.
I'll just say that about Lancers, Crackety. They have feelings too. Those knights, though, they're looking for connection. Yeomen running back between those knights, perfectly timed here. Those spearmen do need to be careful. And the White Tower is just providing that perfect level of defense so that Vortex is not able to engage. But it doesn't feel like Louis has an answer to this just yet. Or maybe he just says, my answer is more spears and more horses. And
yeah, but Vortex spotted that. Vortex spotted the mass amount of horsemen, and we're seeing triple barracks now coming up here at the front line. 2 trebuchets are going to be enough to slowly but surely take down that White Tower there. Vortex is expanding out on the map, is getting the deer in, so we'll be getting food rather quickly. As long as Louis can't get any big successful raids in, and Vortex able to keep him pinned inside of his base, this push is looking not bad for Vortex at all.
He feels confident about it too. With those barracks this far forward, with the houses this far forward, he feels like this is the push that he uses to win the game. And he's now getting upgrades behind this, eco upgrades. And until now, I did not expect this gold vein running out now from Louis as well. So this is the moment, and he does get a connection. That's a lot of spears to be fighting into. The yeomen are trying their best, but they're also a little bit of a front line right now, so that these horses don't go down instantly. It does look like a pretty dirty fight as those spearmen are just working their way through. The yeomen are not enough. Moment, Crackety. Where's this gonna go?
Knights are falling back, trying to protect the trebuchets as horsemen are getting rallied onto them. Spearman count still looking strong. A lot of them went down, but there's still so many more coming in. It feels like the spearman play was just a little bit too late here, potentially from Vortex. Still has a lot of knights, still has a good amount of yeomen alive in order to keep one-shotting out these spearmen. There's not that many horsemen left at this point in time. More spearmen now in queue, still 2 trebuchets alive. King goes down from the English, once again rallying onto the trebuchets. Louis tries to snipe them out. Still alive yet. But the army count, it's going down from both players, and the last trebuchet, it's getting sniped out now as well. Vortex, he's losing his siege. The White Tower is still alive behind it all. And Louis, he still has a better economy at the end of the day. 40 more villagers at this point. Vortex, he's got to reproduce the trebuchets. He's lost the tempo, momentum from the Shire Levy, from the Muscle Nobles. He cannot get them in again. He does have a solid amount of spearmen in, but Louis is now making longbowmen as well.
And getting those longbows in, this is going to make a massive difference, because you are under the White Tower. You can snipe those spears that kind of changed the tide of the game for this last one, but Vortex committing just a little bit too far forward here with those spearman production buildings, just waiting just a few seconds too long before getting some actual work done. The thing is now, Louis is on limited gold here. So yes, he's got the food, he's got the wood, and the units from Food and Gold, Food and Wood, they've been doing really, really well, but the gold numbers might start mattering soon here as well. He does have 3 relics, and this feels pretty good when you need that little bit of a gold boost. But that second gold is all the way out there on the map, and 2 more trebuchets are going to be firing down upon you though. And when I look at the food numbers, Crackety, I think Vortex is in a lot of danger right now. This is not looking good if you are trying to replenish your army. With the production buildings behind this, ooh, he's in a good spot.
Horseman raid now coming in on the food economy from Vortex. Is he going to realize that in time? We do look over there as the veteran horsemen are starting to pick off some of the villagers here who are going to go down. Vortex, who's already behind a ton of villagers at this point in time. These losses aren't really something that he can afford. We're getting more upgrades in at the moment. Bill Hook as well on the spearmen. He does have a good amount of them out on the field. Not many more horsemen at the moment coming in for Louis, but with his food income at any point in time, he could definitely reinvest into them. He did just have a scout out there, just checking what the military composition from his opponent was in the Stealth Forest after the rematch. Still, horsemen trying to find more villager kills here are going to find them for the most part as well. So very successful raid here with the remaining horsemen. It's 1, 2, 3 relics behind all of this. So even though Louis is pinned inside of a space, he does have enough gold access to afford the upgrades that he needed on the longbows. And now men-at-arms coming in as well. I don't think he's got armor clad or anything like that, but once he gets it in, there's not really a counter unit for Vortex out on the field at all.
And this is a pretty cheap gold unit to make, so with those 3 relics, he should be able to afford these, constantly producing. Synchronized shot coming on in though, and that is going to be able to change the tides a little bit. We do see that these units being produced at the front though, they are limited edition, as I would say. And it looks like there's a little bit of a raid from Vortex trying to make his way through, but the problem is just there's 6 million spearmen waiting for him. And while the White Tower is now under the final siege, it does feel like this is going to be a game-deciding fight. It does go down though. This might be the moment, but the problem is they still have the influence from the tower. These units are still inspired and going to be firing a lot harder. You see men-at-arms getting their very unique upgrades soon as well. Now, synchronized shot not in just yet.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Louis, he's 200 population. That means that he can start trading out units, as he needs to make room for the reinforcements. Knights now coming in as well from him. I'm surprised that Vortex didn't attack the second TC with the trebuchets. At this point in time, Louis is just way ahead in the village department. Lots of these spearmen going down. Great sync shot, taking down a good chunk of the archers there from the longbows. The men-at-arm count, armor clad in as well. All the upgrades, they're going to be an excellent frontline here. So the knights do need to step up. We're seeing Earl's Guards now coming in as well. Yeomen doing their best here to try and snipe down both the longbows and the spearmen at the front side. Looks like there's also some slight raids going on behind all of this from Louis. And the White Tower has been repaired.
Yeah,
the trebuchets didn't stick to it.
It was focused on a different building, which now will still heal units at the back, but I don't know if that was just the select all army to attack, because they instantly focused the thing that was closest to them. The yeomen doing their best, but that men-at-arms switch just made this so clean, and Louis reigns supreme.
Well done, Louis MT here in a clean fashion, able to take the set in the semifinals up against Vortex 4-1. Very clean execution every time, and I gotta say, some unorthodox strategies here and there. And he definitely managed to catch Vortex off guard with them. Vortex, he's I want to say, a very aggressive player, but also a very macro-oriented player. He likes to know his matchups, know what his opponent's capabilities are with the civilization, and Louis just making that so hard for him with the civ picks, with the execution, with the strategies. Able to catch him off guard there, meaning that we are gonna be seeing Louis MT in the grand finals for the EGC Masters Summer Tournament.
And if this goes the way that it did in the previous one, Marine Lord might be facing Louis again in that side, but Anatant, we'll see if he has something to say about this. Anatant, Marine Lord coming up next, and this is going to be a pretty wonderful match to experience, because Anatant, I mentioned this before, he has a little bit of that mental block against Marine Lord up until now, and he needs to crawl his way out of it. Now, we would have said Vortex is someone who can take down Louis as well. So anything can happen, and Vortex has had the upper hand over Louis for a while, as we did see that win rate earlier. So I'm not counting out anyone, and I'm really excited to see what Anatant is going to be able to pull out, because we know that this man has been practicing and prepping for his big opponent today. So guys, who's ready for the next one? But I believe we will be going into a short break first. Oh, nope. First interview, and then... So, let's hop on over. Oh, not yet. Sorry, guys. I should have waited for production. Oh, no.
We are preparing for an interview together with a translator for Louis MT, so it will be very interesting to get some insights from him here. It's, it's not every day that you get an interview with one of the Chinese players here, so definitely looking forward to that. In the meantime, still able to just look at the last moments here from that last game, these army clashes every time and then, and Louis just with the right build, in the right matchup, playing this one really well. Synchronized shot, just these fiery arrows raining down. We can already take a look at the next set as well, as we do have those lovely faces from Marine Lord and Anatant there on the left side waiting for us. In the meantime, yeah, we're getting ready for the interview. Shouldn't be much longer.
Now, for the rest of this, while we're waiting here to make sure that everything is set up, I basically just wanted to ask you, Crackety, if we're seeing a situation where Marine Lord and Anatant go head-to-head, is this going to be one of those where you believe that Marine Lord can take this as a clean sweep, as he's done before against most other players? Or what have we been seeing out from these guys recently, based on their current performances? Because Marine Lord, before you answer, Marine Lord has not been playing small tournaments. This man only leaves his strategies for the big ones. But Anatant, he's shown his hand quite a few times, and he's been looking strong. But historically, this is a tough one.
I mean, the thing is, yeah, Marine Lord likes to hide his hand, right? But Anatant, he practices a lot with Marine Lord. But it is time. We've got an interview ahead of ourselves, so let's just jump in and hear it from the man, the myth, the legend, Louis MT himself. All right, Louis, congratulations on winning up against Vortex in this one. Man, I gotta say, there were a lot of very, very interesting strategies coming out from you. I want to quickly ask you, have you specifically practiced them, or were these just strategies where you had a rough idea that they could work? Do we have a translator here? I'm sorry, I can't speak Chinese. I'm trying my best here.
Sam, I can't speak English.
Oh my god, perfect. We're trying to make it easier, though, as well. Working on that one. Whichever you're most comfortable with. Just give us a tiny moment longer. We're working on it.
Hello. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I love it. But this is amazing.
All right. Any translators in the chat?
Louis, can you read Discord when I ask you questions? Can you read Discord now? I ask you a question in Discord. Okay, so I just want to first say to everyone, I asked Louis about Vortex, and I asked, was this easy or was it not so easy? So tell us. Louis says he was a very hard opponent.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with the translator at the moment, so we are going to...
Hold on, Kraken,
okay.
hold on.
Are we holding? We're holding.
I'm asking the next question to Louis as well, and I asked him, are you ready for Marine Lord? And I'm waiting to see the answer here. We do have a translator that can join us in Discord as well, if you guys need to. But Louis says that he is ready for Marine Lord as well.
Oh. Definitely looking forward to it. I mean, we don't want to go there yet because Marine Lord said it himself. Anatund can definitely beat Marine Lord. And I want to quickly say, Anatund, just looking at his past performance, beating out Beastie as well, definitely also a tough opponent. You know what? I'm gonna do the same thing. We're gonna do the Discord typing, interview. So I'm asking you, Louis, between Marine Lord and Anatund, who do you think is better?
Actually, I think Marine Lord is better, but I hope Anton will win. Fight.
Definitely gonna be definitely giving. I mean, it would be if you're saying that Marine Lord is better, then definitely would be a nice thing for you if Anatund would win. And honestly, I want to say, like, Anatund, he's been looking incredibly strong at the moment. Is there any update on the interviewer, on the translator at this point in time? Doesn't look like it. So, Louis, once again, I want to say thank you so much for just being here, trying with us with the interview. You just beat Vortex. You still got a very tough set, potentially ahead of you. It's going to be either Marine Lord or Anatund. That's going to be the next set that we're going to be looking at today. So we're going to wrap this one short, unfortunately. So you are also able to enjoy the rest of the day. I do believe in China it's probably very late at the time. So you're able to relax and be ready for tomorrow for the big LAN. So once again, congratulations, Louis, and we'll see more from you tomorrow. All right, some unfortunate technical difficulties there, but, you know, next time it's going to work, definitely, copium. But we're going to quickly get ready for our next set, because the next set is an absolute banger, and we do not want to miss anything there. So everybody, now's your chance. Get your popcorn, get some refreshments in, because we will be bringing you a very, very much sought after set between Marine Lord and Anatund, the beast killer, so to say, as he managed to take down Beastie. That was actually like the set that we're probably expecting here, right? Like the classic Marine Lord Beastie set just before the current finals. So we're instead getting Anatund here, and I gotta say, he's been looking absolutely amazing. Game plan on point. So everybody get your popcorn. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and we'll be seeing you right here on EGC. ladies and gentlemen, the set that you have all been waiting for today. It is here. We're in the second sets of the semifinals, and we have got Mate Marine Lord versus VS Anatend coming to you live right now. And we're starting off immediately. Only 2 minutes between us and game number 1. First matchup, Whammon. It's gonna be the French up against the Byzantines on Dry Arabia.
Marine Lord is playing home civilization. He's playing French. This is where he thrives. He knows how to French. He was born French. And sometimes when he speaks English, we also think he's speaking French. So he's been preparing for this his whole life. And Anatend, on the other hand, he has no historical ties to Byzantines, but he is a pretty damn good Byzantine player. So
I'm sure everybody in some way or form has historical ties to the Byzantines. They've been pretty widespread. Yeah. A far, far relative. Okay.
Okay,
yeah.
chill, guys. We didn't need to see that. This is a family-friendly stream. This was unacceptable. Brackety.
Okay, so there is an underdog here. It might not be apparent at first glance who it is. I think the odds might be stacked against Marine Lord, but we'll see. We'll see how he fares, right?
Now, Marine Lord definitely has a little bit of an edge over Anatend, as we see the 100% win rate there. Marine Lord does have a high win rate against most players, but that's why I'm saying this is not just a game that Anatend has to win, this is a mental game he has to win. This is that big mountain that you say you're gonna climb one day, and every single time you make it halfway through, you're like, hey, I'm going back down. But Anatend, he's been climbing that mountain, he's practiced for this, and if there's a time for him to do it, it's now. To at least give Marine Lord a run for his money.
Yeah, it's time for Anatend to bring out those crazy B strategies that he's so proud of every now and then. And, he executes them at such a high level that I'm just thinking back about, like, his China strategy with, like, the delayed pro scout. And other pros have been like, oh my god, it's such a good strategy when I see it, but when I try it, it sucks. But for Anatend, he knows how to use it. Unfortunately, China is banned, but Byzantines, also a civilization where you can have lots of tricks up your sleeve. We're jumping in to our game number 1 in the second set of the semifinals. Here we go, everybody, as we do have in the color pink, Gentle Mates Marine Lord playing as the French here. And look at that, very early mill, very early wheelbarrow. His opponent in the color yellow. It's going to be Volda Esports VS Anatend as the Byzantines here. Villager already on stone, and we do see that first cistern coming up immediately. Whammon, this is a very, very exciting set.
Anatend, yeah, and Anatend especially is a player that has been playing Byzantines a little bit differently from other players too. He was one of the pioneers of the Hippodrome, and he did it before the nerf as well. But when you're up against French, you will not be able to do any of those horsey shenanigans that early on in the game. So, makes sense that he's going for a little bit more of a standard play here. Now, Byzantines, in most cases, they do well against French, right? We have a civilization that can trade pretty effectively, but at the same time, they have some problems shutting down when French starts to get a bit of map control. Usually, we ask ourselves the question, who's going to go, or is Marine Lord going to go pro scouts or just make a ton of knights? There have been these two pathways where you either go for pro scouts or you go for pro scouts after all, but how many knights do you invest in before then? Because that's going to mean that Anatend needs to respond accordingly. Now, what Anatend is doing differently, he only has 1 on stone, and this has not been the standard split for anyone recently.
Yeah, typically we do see Byzantines just really trying to rush into the cistern as quickly as possible. Now, Anatend, he knows. He knows he's up against a French player. Early knights are always going to be a thing with them. He knows that he cannot invest too much into his economy immediately. He will need to get a military force out to answer what Marine Lord is going to be throwing at him. So he knows, okay, I'll just have 1 villager on stone. The cisterns are going to be coming in a little bit slower, but I'm going to be able to mass up more military. I'm going to be able to get my production buildings in that little bit quicker, that little bit earlier. And these little things, they can really make a big difference when you're up against such a tempo-based civilization like the French here.
Now, we do see the age up coming through very standardly here from both players. We see a little bit of a Grand Winery here, but it is going to be a little exposed as well. And a Knight Civilization, they love a good front berry patch for him, especially with the gold being on the other side. It is going to mean that he's going to be able to rotate pretty quickly to get some damage done. And usually this is what I look at when I am a French player. I'm seeing, okay, where am I going to be able to harass? Where am I going to really be able to do damage? Usually when there's a wood line, it makes things a little harder, but this is not one of those wood lines. This is a very exposed environment to be in. So a single knight could definitely ensure that Anatand is pretty much stuck and not able to move those Limitanei out to try and stop professional scouts. Now, when we look at the deer spawns as well, Marine Lord has got some 2 forward deer, which is actually a pretty good position to have because they're quite close to the base. He just needs to get control of that side. And on the other side, the deer packs are also that way. But this also means that if Anatand does get control of one side, he does have an easier time pushing out and stopping the pro scouts from snowballing.
This is one of the weaknesses at the moment, though, from the Byzantines. They have been slowed down a little bit when it comes to their first mercenary timing, typically because of the way that the cisterns has been like pushed back a little bit. Like you can get them out, the later ones you can get them out a little bit quicker, but it takes more of an investment. Like you actually have to move out onto stone in order to realistically get them early on. This is where like the play onto stone with only a single villager can kind of come into play, because he might reasonably get the quicker first mercenary timing in here in this one. Professional scouts now coming in for Marine Lord before even investing into that initial first knight. So we'll be getting a nice timing in on that. Anatand already getting the barracks in, so we'll be seeing Limitani coming in very soon. Wheelbarrow also on the way. Isn't getting boosted up by any of the cisterns speed-wise, but that's not the most important thing here at the moment for Anatand. But look at that archery range immediately coming in for Marine Lord. Okay, he's onto him. He's onto him. So we'll be having the response out immediately.
Now, I love seeing this from Marino because, of course, he is expected to make a knight the first time, but he's not. He realizes, I don't need to. I just need to get my deer. The deer are pretty close. I want this. And with those archers, he's not going to need to worry about microing a knight or causing idle time. He's just going to go and kill the Limitanei as they are popping out. So with those Limitanei, he's going to be able to push out and have pretty good control in his eyes, but he's going to run right into those archers the moment he gets to the front there. Now, Pro Scouts is almost in, double Broadaxe following soon after, which just means that I think Marine Lord's economy is going to be in a pretty healthy spot now. And Anatand also pulled off of stone. So he's not going to have that strong Byzantines economy that we talked about in the previous games.
3 cisterns still is a lot of scaling here for him. We do also see the mercenary house coming in, so we'll soon be able to get either some longbowmen or some javelin throws out. I will expect javelin throws, just because in general, javelin throwers are such a great synergy when you're up against the French, or JD for that matter, because not only are you going to be getting those javelin throwers in the feudal age, which are just great against the archer units, but you will also be getting the camel riders in the Castle Age, so you'll always have that camel on ease helping you up against those knights. Do you see the first couple of scouts now returning with some deer here already? It's going to be some nice food income there for Anatand. He's got to wait for his javelin throws to come in before he can really start pushing out up against these archers.
Now, with all of these units out on the map, you of course feel like, hey, I can probably contest something, but Anatand respects the archer mass here. A Marine Lord at the same time, he's not going to be greedy. He's still in his base. He's still just being responsible about this. Now queuing up that first knight, which is going to mean the pace of the game now changes. There's a lot of Limitanei on the field though, so he needs to be careful. But we've seen Marine Lord micro those knights. It's his home civilization, Crackety. This man is not going to lose that knight. And as I say that, I realize I may have
This guy speaks French.
Yes. Yeah. Now, the archers are moving out. They want to ensure that these scouts are going to be safe when picking up the deer. But getting those javies out feels pretty good for Anatand too. He's now got the javelin throwers he needs. The problem is just when those knight numbers ramp up, those javelins don't live very long, and you need a lot of them to actually start killing those archers off. Now, both of these players looking at their economy though, Marine Lord, he's got a pretty strong strong income in that way. The thing is just, if he over-relies on these deer that he's getting and doesn't make a move to shut down the Byzantines, it can snowball quickly for him as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering at the moment if Anton is just content with denying Marine Lord his steer and lets him take his own. You do need that second pack of javelin throws in order to be able to start one-shotting these archers. Before that, you're only going to be able to two-shot them. And javelin throws don't have the fastest attack speed. So by the point in time that the archers really get thinned out, typically you already have lost a couple of Limitani. Now, Anton already has a great number of them out there, so the Knights of Marine Lord shouldn't be really able to find a lot of value. Anton also has a good amount of villagers on gold now, might be rallying out even more soon, so will be on that way to the Castle Age. Yeah, he is indeed rallying onto that one. Villagers do need to be brought back to safety. Akratoy does get activated, but isn't going to be strong enough here against a double Royal Knight charge.
Now, getting a little kill here is definitely a pretty good feeling. But you can see he's being careful with those archers as well. He doesn't want to get caught out and lose any of them to the 8 javelin throwers that there are now. Now, 16 archers, though, they do have a different ring to them. And finally, Anatan is getting those military upgrades as well. When you get into a point where your opponent, especially it being French, already has his upgrades and you are now the one pushing out, it does feel so risky. But Anatan seems to be moving out here with confidence. The military value as well, looking pretty much dead even.
Yeah, with this blacksmith upgrade now coming in, those Limitani will be able to tank up a lot more damage from the archers. The javelin throwers might be able to pick off 1 or 2 here. He just needs to be very careful not to move too far out of position here with the Limitani. Good positioning from him at the moment. Javelin throwers able to pick off a good bunch of the archers here. Shield wall means that the Limitani are going to be moving a good bit slower, but still very active on the macro. But the Limitani count, it's starting to thin out. That's when it becomes really dangerous. Those javelin throwers, I'm not sure if they can make their way back. Rays not connecting here. Javelin throwers doing their best in order to try and escape. Might be able to pick off a knight here potentially. At least one of them is fairly low health. Are going to be able to get that one, but on the retreat is going to lose a lot of these javelin throwers, and this isn't a unit that you can actively produce. You rely on the olive oil there. Another one going down. That's a point-blank charge there. Great usage of it from Marine Lord. Last couple of javelin throwers, both just on so little HP that the archers can kill him at this point in time.
And this is the problem when you're playing Byzantines against the French. You feel that confidence in your javelin throwers. You feel like, hey, I can take this. This is fine. Marine Lord showed he knew exactly when to pull out and pull in when he needed to. Those Limitanae quickly falling as the archers were just target firing, even having that +1 ranged armor. Now you can see Anatan is desperately trying to get these towers reinforced so that he doesn't lose these villages that are this far out on the map, because he needs this income. And behind this, going for the age up. The problem is just if he ages up now, he could just die.
That's the thing. Golden Horn Tower is coming in for him, though, because he knows Marine Lord, he's the French, he's scaling with the Pro Scout, he's scaling with the faster villager production that is coming in on his side. He needs to scale his own way, either through the tech or through second TC, but a second TC just feels way too risky when you're up against the French, and the technology advantage that you get with the Golden Horn Tower is just very much immediate, just a much safer option here for you, especially with all the systems that you already have. You're going to be able to get your upgrades in incredibly quickly. You see Marine Lord once again poking at the gold villagers, though. There's an outpost here. Like, at least for the time being, Marine Lord doesn't feel confident enough yet to dive that one. Needs a couple more knights. Does still have a good couple of them in queue. Golden Horn Tower now about to complete.
Now, the moment that Golden Horn Tower hits, it feels like Marine Lord might be going for the kill in that moment, because he knows that you stopped spending resources on the things that matter, units. And that Archmass he's got at the back, it's so difficult to take them down. We can now see as well, there is an upgrade coming for all of his units, but there is not a lot of units to go alongside it. 5 villages about to be meeting their maker after this too. Now, the javelin throwers are trying to pick off there from the side, and they do manage to pick up a few archers, but it's nothing at the cost of these 5 vills, who are now desperately trying to just keep this army engaged. But you can see those 5 javelin throwers, they are not going to last very long, as the knights... Yeah, knights look at them quite aggressively, but the archer mass themselves is more than enough to actually take this on. Marine Lord now going for castle himself.
Ooh, the villagers from Anton, they need to evacuate 8, but he calls it there. he knows that he does not have enough here against this pressure from Anatol. Not sure if he just ran also out of food at this point in time, but means that he is not able to get enough units out on the field there in order to defend against this massive army from Marino. And that's one of the issues when you're up against the French. They don't need to age up. They don't need to get to Castle Age. They get the knights already in Feudal Age. They've got the full army composition up against armored units in Feudal Age. And that means that at this point in time, Marine Lord, he could have dove Anatol's base there. And there was very, very little that he could have done there in defense, with all the javelin throws already picked off early on.
The overcommitment from a player in that scenario, it's so easy to do because you feel confident in your army mass. You know you've got the javelin mass. We can see here in this fight, those Limitanei were trying to chase after the knights, but the micro, the perfect micro that you need to keep those javelins alive is so simple. You just make a mistake. And you can see he was doing great with the javelins, just picking off whatever he could. But the knights, every single time, they just got a connection or kept the Limitanei busy. The archers had one thing in mind, and that thing was the Limitanei. Even with the shield wall, they were no match for those archers firing at them.
Indeed, and this point-blank charge that's coming in here in a little bit as well, it was just such a nice play there. Marine Lord sees the Limitani there, charges onto him, hits the javelin throwers with it, and gets so much damage in on them there. And I think it was like 10 military units up against 40 at this point in time, with all of them, or rather a good chunk of them, being armored. It's not something where you can just rely on your TC's defenses there inside of your base. Next up, though, we're going to be getting a little bit more for, I want to say, not meme map, but it's a map that forces unique early decision making, as we are going to be looking at Enlightened Horizon, and that's one of those maps that has points of interest on it. We do have Double Wolves Camp, we do have the Cavern Camps, things that you want to take control over in the Dark Age, so we'll be definitely looking at a little bit of a Dark Age brawl here early on in this one.
Yeah, the Dark Age brawl has been quite common, especially between these civilizations. HRE does so well with getting those spears out. Now, the real question has been, for some people, on whether you move the villager out to build the barracks on top of the, what is that, the point of interest? And then make your units from there, capture it, and then go onto the wolf den. So we'll see what the difference is here, because we just haven't seen this map enough to actually see what the right answer to this is. And especially in a game like this with the best of the best playing today, it will give us some unanswered answers that we unanswered questions. The unanswered questions will receive answers today. Oh my goodness, I am going to stop trying to phrase that sentence, and we will see what HRE can do. But HRE against Lancaster here, the matchup itself, it leaves a big question mark, because you need to move out for gold, right? You can't just sit in your base, hope for that one little gold to provide for the whole army. Lancaster does pretty good at not having access to all that gold, because very easily they have a defensive building for that. HRE, on the other hand, when you're doing Dark Age shenanigans, you don't get to go fast castle and just snack up all the relics. You actually need to make units, but against Lancaster they might have that opportunity, now that I think about it.
HRE, they've gotten the slight little nerf of 5% less inspiration boost on them, but overall it's still incredibly powerful, boosts up your economy, that you're able to just pump out so many units early on as long as you're on those natural resources out on the map. And with a map like Sunken, like Enlightened Horizon, I think you're also going to get some good Archon Chapel positions here. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We do have our game number 2 now. Marine Lord already in the lead, 1 point up against Anatol. We're here on the Enlightened Horizon with the HRE up against the House of Lancaster. And wham, as you said, the age-old question, I want to say, for this map in particular, do you send the villagers out to build the building, or do you build them inside of your base? Looks like both players decide to build them out on the map to get an early capturing in on those points of interest here, as every single one of these caravan camps is worth 2 villagers.
And that is going to add a nice little boost to that economy, with both of them getting more or less at the same time. Villager now already being pulled back here from Marine Lord. The other one from Anatol just staying a little bit longer to get that capping off, and so he does. Both of these players now getting that second spearman as well, and heading straight for the wood camp, or the wolf camp. So they will be going to torch down and get that bounty of gold that will be heading their way. Now the question is, when do you stop making spearmen? Is this when you actually get the wolves down, or do you make a play for your opponent's side of the map as well?
I think in this point in time, both players just going so early forward. There's not really a timing at which you can also try and harass your opponent's wolves den. So except both players, Marine Lord actively using his scout there in order to burn the wolves den down. Meanwhile, Annotant using his scout to continue scouting and tries to get some more information there on the map, meaning that Marine Lord is going to be able to get his wolves den down a little bit quicker. And look at that, even with the efficiency here, getting some additional torch throws in from his starting scout. And we do see Annotant now gets the wolves out. Spearman is just going to go for a little bit of a run to distract them. Marine Lord, now having the gold secured, is going to move out in order to try and harass Annotant's point of interest there in front of his base.
And now the play begins, where they will go for one another. But Annotant, he does have the HRE Spearman, so they do things a little bit faster, aka running, but they've already taken a little bit more damage from these wolves. So this is not the same type of spearman on spearman engagement that you would usually see here. Annotant now, he's got that gold in the bank, Marine Lord as well. Both of these players can be thinking about feudal age now, and both of them stopping that spearman production too. It does look like they will meet in the middle, however.
Anton does have those spearmen that are just a little bit faster, but the charge does make the difference here. Marine Lord is going to be able to get a couple of cheap shots then onto the spearman from Annotant there. And the House of Lancaster Castle, is now coming in behind this. Anton still investing into Spearman at this point in time. Isn't going to be as quick of an age up for him as it is for Marine Lord, and then he has to be careful because that hardened upgrade on the Spearman is going to give them a ton of additional stats there early on. Anton now also going to be able to follow up with his own Arkham play. There it is, just repositioned a little bit next to the gold vein, and also the stone down there.
That is a pretty juicy spot to have it as well. So this is a very nice Archon, especially in the early game, when you know that there won't be any shenanigans on top of your base, coming for some proper harassment here. Marine Lord on his stone now too, trying to start getting on those manners, because, you know, with the Lancaster economy, a bunch of manners will just make it so much simpler. Now the question is just whether he's going to stay in feudal for a while, get a few more manners, invest in that, or if Annotant is going to be the one who dictates what the response needs to be. I feel like with HRE, he now has the opportunity to put that pressure down, and that's exactly what he's doing. With the 8 spearmen he has, he's going to be able to do so, but he's going to run right into the Lancaster Castle, so that point of interest is going to be safe for the time being. But what do we do with 8 spearmen in this economy?
The follow-up is mostly just going to be archers, typically, between the players. Marine Lord, though, doesn't necessarily have to go for archers. He can instead just go for the straight-up manor play, because right now there's not really a target for Annotant that he can attack. Ooh, does lose one of his spearmen there. Unfortunate move-out timing there for him. Both players now with the hardened upgrade on the spearman. Anton actually immediately investing into a man-at-arm on his side. It's an interesting choice. Marine Lord's gold is on the other side of his base, so it's not something that can be immediately attacked. I'm wondering just how many villagers Marine Lord has on gold, as he is sending out more and more over there. I do believe that this most likely on this map, from what I've seen in the past, in the meta here, is just going to be a fast castle age from Marine Lord with only 3 manors. And we do see Annotant now also adding in his own archer range. Archers are going to be in production for him now. The question is, can he find the timing here to aggress onto that gold as quickly as he really needs to? Do have the second archer range coming in, though, and Marine Lord actively scouting that.
Yes, and with this information, he should know that there is some aggression coming from that side. Getting that type of information already tells you, hey, I might need to consider what happens after. And what happens when these guys get into your base. This is going to be quite tough. The manor is now coming here on the backside. We do see the spearmen just trying to be annoying, putting a little bit of pressure down. They should be able to do a little bit of damage here to a villager. They pull back. They do not want to lose any HP here, as these manors are firing back at them. Marine Lord knows access to that gold is going to be limited. He's already put the wall up there so the units cannot rotate around and stop the secondary gold when they want to. But it actually looks like Anatant is circling from a different side and not going directly for the gold here. Marine Lord also going for the extra set of manners. He wants to stay in feudal and fight this. Even with that HRE economy boost, he feels confident in Lancaster's ability to defend this.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like it's not going to be any fast castle shenanigans from the House of Lancaster here after all. Doubling down a little bit on the manor play, but Marine Lord, he doesn't have any additional production buildings yet, so he's essentially giving Anaton some time here to go for his own aggression. Anaton, though, he's got a really, really solid food bank at this point in time. I wouldn't be surprised if the continued play now from this point on would be a castle age transition from him.
Now, Anatan floating a lot of resources here. This would not be surprising at all, because what he's just done is he's forced Marine Lord to try and respond to these units. So even if he does go for castle behind this, but oh my goodness, he's trading so well. These men-at-arms in the composition is just making this so much harder to actually take down. We can now see the units looking straight at the manors to do a little bit of damage, but pulling back. He's done what he needed to do. He's getting a few more archers here and a few more spears. It looks like Anatan got a taste of damage, and he's just going to keep going for it.
Yeah, looks like he's doubling down further, at the same time also still progressing further and further towards his own castle age. And at the same time, Marine Lord, he's been forced into an investment on units on his own side. We see double archery ranges coming in now from the House of Lancaster. So Yeoman will be coming into production for him, but Yeoman, not the cheapest unit. You really have to really dig deep into that piggy bank there if you want to be able to afford them continuously.
And the siege engineering being the first upgrade from the blacksmith tells us a story of aggression. It tells us a story of forcing your opponent to make units and not go for their own castle. Yes, it's just ensuring Marine Lord can stay in.
Is this Burger?
Is it Burger? No.
This could be Burger. No, this could be Burger because he's got a straight path over. It's Regnitz.
He plays at the safe path. He's already got a barracks. He's got a lot of archers on the map. He's going to get his upgrades as needed. And he's going to secure all those relics. But I think a Burger could have definitely been something Marine Lord would not be able to handle. We do see
I was craving that burger.
Yeah, I got kind of hungry as well.
Master Nobles is going to be coming in. At this point in time, Marine Lord, he's got the 6 manor, so we'll be getting 8 Demi-Lances out there on his side. Ram, let's see if it's going to be able to take down one of these manors. We do only have the Spearman at the moment really being there in order to go up against the Ram. Now with the Demi-Lancers, though, that changes up things a little bit. Demi-Lancers will do their best up against that Ram. Still, the manor stands. Ram hasn't been able to take it down so far. Looks like Anatant is falling back for the moment here, though. It does already have a second prelate moving out. Actually, it's already positioned right next to one of the relics, so we'll be getting that one in as soon as Castle Age hits. A Marine Lord is still relatively deep inside of Feudal Age.
And the thing is, he's invested so much into these units. Getting Master the Nobles is a pretty expensive one to get. More archers in queue for Anatant as well. He's getting the archer upgrade as priority here. Another spearman would be nice, especially with those horses coming your way, good sir. But we do see that first relic making its way now towards the base. Those Demi-Lancers are going to be looking for some damage, though. Now, these guys, they do take a little bit of damage more than a usual knight would. And Anatant, he's going for a knight himself. Now, that is going to make life a lot harder for Marine Lord with only yeomen and these little all Demi-Lancers.
Yeah. At this point in time, every single relic that Anatant's able to pick up is going to make up for like 1.5 manors that Marine Lord has. So if he's able to get like 4 relics in, he's going to be looking quite happy, even up against the manor boom. Veterancy on the archers just about to complete, and there we go, +2 damage now on them. They're going to be able to trade out a lot better against the Demi-Lances now, and the scout goes down as well. Marine Lord now blind without vision until he builds up a stable on his own side. This could be dangerous for him as Anatant still has enough resources for a ram on his side. Could start taking control over the point of interest here, but there's still the Castle of Lancaster protecting that one up. Yeoman, insufficient numbers here to take down these spearmen rather quickly. No additional blacksmith upgrades at this point yet from Anatant. Marine Lord already has some at least here. Anatan still has to be relatively careful. Even though he does have the tech advantage, he does not have the army count advantage.
Now, Anatan is trying to make sure that those relics come back to the base safely, and he has been able to do so. The Knight now finding a little bit of damage here. Archer's focusing down the Spearmen because we can see those Yeomen are barely tickling this Knight, and the inefficient trades that they're doing is going to cost Marine Lord dearly. But keep in mind, this is something that Marine Lord has accounted for. He's got 6 manners. So 6 manners is definitely going to make this a little bit more viable, but he's already out on that second gold. So now getting the upgrades, getting the White Tower on the next gold as well. He knows that this is maybe going to be a longer game, and he needs to probably stretch this one out a little bit. Although, Anatan, he won't mind that, especially with all the relics coming towards him. The thing is, though, Marine Lord has been able to secure that middle relic and stop the relics from going back to the base as quickly as Anatan would have wanted. And now, we can now see another connection here coming on through. The Knight doing the best he can. The Demi-Lancers are going to get their charges off on him. The Archers are trying to focus fire what they can. The problem is those are going to be veteran Demi-Lancers in a second, and he needs to be careful. Anatan does not have the army to contest this just yet.
Yeah, no Pierce damage in yet. Did manage to get the Pierce armor upgrade in, so the Knights at least are going to be a good bit more tanky up against the Yeomen. Demi-Lancers still do have a very solid charge on them. Now also getting +1 additional armor, thanks to the Shadow upgrade coming in on them. Marine Lord still able to hold control with his good amount of Yeomen yet. Now also gained 3 additional Earl's Guards here for him. And he's going to need a little bit of time now in order to muster up enough units, enough archers here, in order to start really being able to push out up against the Master Marine Lord. Marine Lord able to capture up the point of interest here in front of Anton's base, also able to take down a house. Anton about to be housed right now is going to need to reinvest into houses, get more units out onto the field.
Now, it does look like Marine Lord wants to do some damage. Anatan, though, I feel like he's invested a lot into the Archers, and the Archers just have not been... They're not going to be a good answer to what the Yeomen can bring, especially when these upgrades kick in. But it does seem like Marine Lord is backing off, waiting for those upgrades.
Anton about to get his 3rd relic in. The other 2 relics, they're so close to his base, but yet so far away with the army from Marine Lord just separating them. Veterancy now in on the Yeomen as well. Looks like Anton is going for the attempt now. We do see some prelates at the front line as well. Are going to be at the very least able to soak up some of the arrow fire here. Spearmen are going to get focused down now. Have been taken care of. Still some more coming in. Knights from Anaton looking solid, but the Yeomen have just been continuously firing onto the archers. And the Demi-Lancers have just been a solid, very, very solid meat shield here the entire time, and he calls it!
Anatan looking absolutely commanding for that first part, but losing a fight and realizing, hey, Marine Lord might just take it from here. Because with the Lancaster economy, you know that the income is going to be pretty great for them. And that's the problem when you are playing against the civilization. But Anatan, I don't know if that was the moment to tap out. He may have run out of gold behind this as well, not getting all the relics that he wanted.
The thing is, in these situations, right, like Anton and Marine Lord, they've been practicing against each other for quite a long time. So they kind of like have this iterance going where they know, or like they have a feeling for when they think a game is over. And because they played against each other for so long time, there are like these reads that they kind of give here and there. I think maybe Anaton's like, okay, I think in this position I'm dead. I've been in this position before against him. I've had this play against him before. He knows how to deal with this. Yeah, in these situations, you just kind of know, okay, because they played against each other, they know what the other player is capable of. And they think, okay, maybe I don't have a chance in this one anymore.
Yeah, this is a difficult decision point for a lot of players because you understand the limits of your civilization. But you also understand the rest of the draft. Marine Lord just got rid of your HRE. HRE has been priority pick for a long time. So seeing something like this on a map that you seem to be pretty comfortable in, it does feel harsh. Because again, this is a battle of the minds too. Now Sunken lands is up next, and Anatan, he's been really looking good on Ottomans. Marine Lord, on the other hand, getting Order of the Dragon. And we've been seeing a little bit of Order of the Dragon plays on a few of these maps with these small golds. The 2 TC play has been really strong. and a lot of players just haven't found a way to punish that for Order of the Dragon yet.
Yeah, 2TC Order of the Dragon is relatively strong. I'm not sure if we're going to see it on Sunken Lands specifically, though. Sunken Lands is a map where you have, depending on the spawns, relatively awkward gold access, because your first 2 gold veins are going to be small ones, so only 1600 gold inside of them. You do tend to also have 1 4k gold vein relatively close to you. But looking at this, it's actually the other way around. Marine Lord is the one with the Ottomans here, and Annatant has the Order of the Dragons.
Now, that changes things up a little, because I know that Annatant has been a very good tempo player with Ottomans. He's been very aggressive. I haven't seen Marine Lord's Ottomans in a while. So, again, that problem of Marine Lord not playing all the smaller tournaments, we don't really know what we're going to be seeing out of Marine Lord. He's...
Sipahi.
Yeah.
Lots and
true.
lots of Sipahi.
The French flows within him, and Sipahi is as close as you get. So, on Sunken Lands, though, when you're playing against Sipahi, with those small golds, it just opens you up to a lot of harassment as well. The question is just, is Annatant going to be able to survive against that Marine Lord aggression that we do see Order of the Dragon sometimes struggle against? Even though their units, they fire harder, they're stronger, they're just so much more expensive, so when you do make a mistake, it costs double.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, like, Order of the Dragon, they're great when it comes to dealing with, like, cavalry units. Their spearmen, whenever there's just a slight touch, whenever they graze one of those horsemen, just a quarter of their HP gone immediately, and that's where I think this matchup becomes a lot more interesting, because the mass Sipahi play against a civilization like Order of the Dragon might not pay off as quickly. Now, at the same time, though, the Sipahi are just incredibly dangerous whenever they jump on archers, and having a lot more value concentrated on your archers can also hurt you in that way. And because the Sipahi have so much more HP, they're able to survive 1 additional spearman hit. So maybe there's an issue with, like, diving past the spearman, jumping on the archers, just getting a ton of value in immediately. We're going to have to see exactly how this one plays out. But one thing is already for certain. This matchup, there's got to be a lot of Sipahi. That's, like, the primary unit that Ottomans can make here in this matchup. Just Sipahi archers, a couple of spearmen. That typically does the trick. And we're going to be jumping right into this one, as it is time for us to go into game number 3. Between Marine Lord and Annatant.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Mr. Yellow Annatant here with Order of the Dragon, fitting his color with his flag so perfectly. And on the other side, Marine Lord shining loud and proud with Ottomans, getting that stone at the start, ensuring that he's going to get that military school up pretty quickly. Now, he builds it at the back. I love to see this, how well it's protected with the wood lines too. It makes for a pretty nice spot if you are being, harassed or Sipahi. Oh, I was going to say Sipahi, but I was going to correct that and say horsemen at the same time, because those Order of the Dragon horsemen, they do love a good dive onto a wood line too, especially with this map. Having one of those wood lines a little bit further away, it does allow you to run and be aggressive quite quickly. Now, looking at the spawn, though, we do have a forward gold here for Annatant. I mean, it's got a berry right next to it, but this is something that he needs to be careful of when those Sipahi's long sticks do poke right through. Because with those Sipahi's range, they are pretty good at punishing any deviance from your safe side, I would say.
Yeah, 100%. This is an interesting situation, though, for Marine Lord to go for these early spearmen, because typically on this map, you're not that close to your opponent. By the time that you get the spearmen in, you're not going to be able to deny feudal age. And also at the same time, you're not going to be able to lure in deer anymore, at least not effectively. So it's going to be interesting to see where exactly Marine Lord is going to be sending that spearman, if he still just wants to get a little bit of aggression up against Annatant. But speaking of not being able to get in value on your opponent's side with your Ottoman spearman, that spearman arrives soon, then he might definitely get some value in there, as Annatant is aging up right next to the gold vein.
Now, trying to age up next to the gold vein feels fine, right? But it just negates that idle time that you may have had. But it does open you up to a little bit of harassment here. The spearman now making his way across, and it looks to be towards the top of the map, which is going to be on the stone. Now, the stone, Crackety. I think I'm smelling a second TC, or am I just coping here? Is that just a little emplacement?
No, actually, this early on, you wouldn't be building a mining camp there if it was just for an emplacement, because not Achery, but Order of the Dragon, they get discounts on the emplacement, and they also get bonus gather capacity on the villagers. So you only need 1 drop off with 3 villagers, meaning that typically it's not worth building the mining camp for it. So this does look like it is going to be that 2TC Order of the Dragon play that we've been looking forward to.
Now, the spearman does arrive, and he sees exactly where he could be attacking. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. Thank you, Vodka. Showing us the spearman knows as much as we do. You do not know, Jon Snow. So he does rotate over there to the stone. The thing is now, again, with that wood line, that wood line is so nice and on the edge. He's going to be able to stop a little bit of this. We don't see the second one close to here just yet, so he's going to be able to poke. The villagers are a little bit spicier than usual ones, so they will be able to fight back at least for a while. More villagers joining this mining party, and going to try to get enough stone for the second TC. We do see them fighting back quite heavily, though.
Yeah, Marine Lord, though, he is still sticking to this aggression, being very, very annoying here for Anaton, and he's got to pay constant attention there. He's got to micro in the villagers in and out, and he doesn't want to lose any of them at this point in time. So yeah, he's definitely going to have to pay his utmost attention every now and then. Just villager idle time being caused there as they are being pulled for the quick shift, so to say. Now with the second spearman, things are starting to become even more dicey, and he's going to have to really, really care for his low HP villagers, which he does now send back. There's still 1 low HP villager over here, and Anatant, does he have enough stone yet?
It doesn't
look like it. He's sending them back. Oh, the villager, very low health.
That's a very, very low villager, and the problem is there's still not enough stone here. These villagers are under siege. More villagers pulled to try and get this done, and all those free spearmen already getting their value.
This time he commits. Oh, he's not getting it.
Just barely.
Stone. Just about.
Another veil. It isn't so
He
much
gets
danger. Just enough.
He gets it.
Oh.
That was such a close one, though.
Good value, I would say, here from Marine Lord. He knows that those villages are going to be ripe for the taking when the Sapahis arrive. And we see that first Sapahi already underway. This is going to be...
That's a military school one, though. Yes. That's not going to come in anytime soon.
Oh, and he blocks the second
TC spot. It's getting blocked out.
Oh, no. Oh, no, and the villagers are going to be so far out. Crackety, these spearmen are going to obliterate them.
There's so many villagers here that it doesn't really matter here at this point in time. Like, they can easily deal with that, so this TC is definitely going to go up. Just a little bit of annoyance, a little bit of delay coming in here. Marine Lord also blocking the perfect TC spot with the scout, so not able to get the full surround and the full protection on the deer and the other resources next to it. Anton's still going to have to be careful, though. Could potentially lose a villager if he's not careful. Might need to go for another villager hit here, but the TC does finish in time. With that, spearmen are going to get taken down, and resources are secured.
Now, this might feel like, hey, all the villagers survived. But guys, those villagers, they are not going to do too well once the Sapahis arrive. This is one of those instances where that Sapahi, you look away for a second, and the villager is dead. It's not a good feeling in the scenario at all. It is so risky to be here. And now he's back on gold. But the question is, how long is he going to be allowed to be on that gold? The second gold is at the back there, protected a little bit by the TC, of course, with a little wall or two. But now he needs to find a way to get enough resources to start making some things. And with the amount of, or the lack of units I see on any other resource except for food, I'm a little concerned here, Crackety. Are we just getting a fast castle out of this?
It might just be. That's typically what we've kind of seen from the Order of the Dragon as well, that they do just go for that fast castle age, trying to age up with the Burgrave and getting the discount on their infantry units. Marine Lord, though, he's looking very aggressive at the moment. Already has the EMAMs at the front line to try and heal. More production buildings coming up. Units just getting produced non-stop at this point in time. And not that many villagers on gold makes me think that, at the moment, he's just trying to go for the aggressive play onto that second TC. Window of opportunity is closing rather quickly for him, though. I do say that, but at the same time, his gold payment has just spiked a little bit. He pulled additional villagers over to gold, didn't he? Marine Lord did.
That is a lot of villagers from Anatand as well, but on Marine Lord's side, he
did pull a lot.
Suit. Yeah.
So it's just a slight aggression, but with a Castle Age plan behind it as well from him.
And getting that fast Castle Age as Ottomans is just going to allow him to quickly respond to whatever Anatand wants to do if he wanted to go for his own relics, because we've seen Order of the Dragon also feel pretty comfortable just sitting back. And as we can see there's not a lot of extra gold in that bank to be able to make some units. But with the imams, you are able to go and contest some of these relics that you don't want to give over to Order of the Dragon. Now, Order of the Dragon, they always go for the Burgrave. Because the Burgrave, it does give you the value in the sense of getting the same amount of gold if you are constantly using it. The problem is just, I don't know if he's going to have any gold to use. He hasn't moved over to the bottom side there to get the other gold. And he's going to need to get something here if he wants to be able to deal with this massive army that's circling his base.
Yeah, army just looking for those villager snipes at this point in time. Does have the scout with him, so will have additional knowledge about where exactly villagers are. But villagers have... is able to get one of the weak HP villagers there with the archers. Nice snipe there, and behind that follow-up is very rapid from Marine Lord with the Mehmet Imperial Armory. That's a very quick follow-up. At the same time, though, Anatan still has that second TC working for him. So economy-wise, his income is looking very solid. He doesn't have the gold income, though, as you said, Whammon. That's the one thing that he's really limited on at the moment. Does have a gold vein in the back, but no security there at the moment.
And you can see Marine Lord is confident in this. He's standing there at the front waiting for the Mehmet Imperial Armory. And he's not even moving out to... Does he have one imam there? I see there's a little pink dot there on one of the relics.
He's waiting for the age up. Yeah, exactly. He's waiting for the age up. He's going to be taking both the relics on the left-hand side there, even the one that's closest to Anatan.
And this is a safety relic for Anatan. So Anatan losing this one is massive. Anatan is making some spearmen between all of this, though. He realizes I might need some beefy things, but I don't have the gold to do anything else yet. Getting the +1 ranged armor, and Marine Lord on the other hand. Let's go see what he invests his gold in. He needs to get Sipahi upgrades. Crackety! You read this man like a book. He wants Sipahis, and a lot of them.
Sipahi is just the unit to have the flavor of the month at the moment. Anton, though, he's got a lot of spearmen out. The only unit really that he can afford at the moment, so we'll have an answer to that. Looks like we also have a stable for him, so maybe could see those accompanied by some horsemen at some point soon. Now, where is Anton gonna get gold from? Still has the gold vein in the back. He just needs to find the opportunity to stick to it. No counter against the archers for him yet, but looks like he is moving forward with the spearmen. But realize against this many archers, he might need to wait a little bit longer. He is getting his upgrade in.
The upgrade is about to hit.
Veterancy.
It does take a while, though, Crackety, and these spearmen have taken a lot of damage. The archers, though, they are going to try a little bit worse now, but they do pick off some of them, and this is a massive one. 2 dead spearmen on the floor, but now he does respect these veterans, the veterancy coming on in. Spahi's making a beautiful movement back there, and Marine Lord just microing like an absolute god and clearing out every unit coming out of Anatan's base here. Now those spearmen...
It's bought him enough time, though, for an outpost.
And he's going to be able to be on that gold for a while. The archers now getting their veterancy. And this is just going to get harder and harder for him to defend. He does have the villager lead, though. That feels good. The problem is just the army from Marine Lord is not going to get any smaller.
He needs some horsemen soon. He does have the stable for them. Also seeing a monastery out for Anatan, so it looks like he still wants to contest some of the relics, but Marine Lord, with the army advantage, with the double imam that he already had, should definitely be in a position to get them in time. And look at that, yeah, he's getting every single relic, Whammon.
And it feels so tough. For someone like Anatan now sitting here knowing his gold is limited edition gold, and he's not going to have any of that juicy relic gold to make the towers better, to just have a little bit of an income behind this, especially now with Siege on the way. It's going to get quite difficult. The Sapahis, though, they are looking at their first target. And this target should not be hard to get. Now, the spearmen, though, there's a significant amount of them. They do need to be careful, but they have 4 legs.
Oh,
they run pretty fast, and they're about to find some victims.
Fortitude activated. A lot of attack speed now on these Sapahi, and they just shred so quickly. Knights couldn't have killed these villagers that fast, and this is where the Sapahi shine. In the blink of an eye, 5 villagers go down. Anatan, lessons learned. Textiles now coming in for him. Sapahi yet again on the prowl here, finding more villager kills on the retreat. They're just such an oppressive unit, honestly. Archers being found out again, but there's enough spearmen, I think, where Anatan can realistically fight even against the archers. There's not the entire amount of archers is here behind this Marine Lord. He's just making more and more supply. He knows what's good. He knows that this unit is broken.
And Sapahis now can find a different target if they're so pleased. And we see Marine Lords just out here on the map, living his best life, putting relics all around. He doesn't need to put them anywhere. There's no more space for the relics. He needs to invest in yet another monastery. So he's able to do a little bit of extra gold income for the man. But now that Mangonel joining the party, that's going to mean that these spearmen are going to be scary once they get on top, but the archers are kiting backwards, and it does look like he's going to be able to pick off a few. But Mangonel joining this fight as well. Sapahis need to be careful here, but the archers are picking off, and more are following. And this is just an absolute destruction.
Yeah, the spearmen are doing a really, really good job here, even against the archers, and now only Sapahi remaining. Anatan just took a great fight, and now also going to be able to clean up the Mangonel here.
Pretty big pickup, but there's another one on the way. Sapahi is trying to kite back and forth without getting impaled. It does look like he wants to save this Mangonel at all costs. Sapahis, they are moving forward. They're destroying these spears. Those sticks are long enough to just clean up. Mangonel now firing back, very much alive and ready for the next fight. You cursed him cracked.
I'm surprised that Marine Lord isn't switching into Springlets at this point. I'm considering that so far Anatan's been on a very homogenic army composition.
Now, Marine Lord feels very confident in his, just ensuring that he keeps those archer numbers up. But now he's decided to add some men-at-arms in here, because those spearmen, they've been quite annoying. Double broadaxe now from Anatan. 0 gold per minute at the moment, as it has just run out. And he's just not pivoting from this. It feels like Anatan is aware that these other units that he could be making, they cost gold. But what about some archers? Is this even an option for him? We do see that farming economy looking good, but he needs to get some other units. The horsemen now joining this whole shenanigan too. This is such a big army from Marine Lord, and he is looking for blood.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? That Marine Lord is just massing Sapahi against mass spearmen. And it's working, because Sapahi are built different compared to normal horsemen. They've just got so much HP. Grant, he's also making archers, but let's not kid around. Like, Sapahi is still the bread and butter of Marine Lord's army at this point in time. Also adding in some men-at-arms now. We do see the first horseman now having made it out for Anatan, able to pick off a couple of the Sapahi here, trying to go for the wraparound, trying to trap him in there a little bit, but Sapahi very quick. They do so much damage, taking down the Gilded Horseman there as well.
They made it look like they were a direct counter to this horseman. Mangonel just trailing behind. He's just like, no worries, guys. I just have balls to fire from the skies. Let's just kill all of these. The archers even fighting against the stable, but now they will be kiting backwards as the men-at-arms are now the front line. And this army is struggling. Anatan spending every bit of resource he can. The gold is running thinner and thinner, but he is on a normal-sized one from here on out. Now, it does look like those crossbows are going to give him a bit of an answer, but the problem is the Sapahi numbers are increasing, and crossbows, they don't do too well against Sapahis in these numbers.
They're going to at least be able to deal with the men-at-arms, which are quite en masse at this point in time on Marine Lord. He's really put up a lot of them. Behind this Marine Lord also floating a lot of gold. I wouldn't be surprised if Marine Lord now just decides to go for an Imperial Age follow-up, not even really doing anything against the second TC from Enlightened here.
Marine Lord's even getting a few emplacements, so you can see him on his towers. He's getting emplacements. He won't mind stopping production, but Crackety, he's got 5 Zapahis in queue. He's gonna overwhelm for a while. He's not even caring about these farms. He's like, take your food. It is what it is. I will just pivot around and do some extra damage. More men-at-arms in the queue, and he has his eyes set on that second TC that's been pumping out non-stop. The Spearmen, though.
Finally, we're seeing some men-at-arms from Enlightened as well.
The thing is, they are going to need a lot of time to get the mass to actually try and contest this. But like you said, Marine Lord, he's not spending every bit of resource he can. Stop men-at-arm production too. So maybe that is going to be an Imperial Age click-up. But Zapahi's now going straight for the tower. You don't want that thing to get in place and repaired. It will go down.
Crossbows doing their best job here from backline. Decent damage up against the men-at-arms here. But triple, or rather at this point in time, double Imam play here at the front side with the AoE healing. Slowly but surely, the Spearmen are getting disintegrated. Just no connection being made there onto the archers. And there it is. Too many units. The army from Marine Lord just too big. Enlightened not able to mass up his own army enough in time. And that is going to be a 3-0 Marine Lord now on match point already in this best of 7.
Marine Lord has come in here with a plan, and that's not to lose a single game. The man came in here to kill, and he's doing exactly that. Amazing performance here by Marine Lord. He reads Anatan like a book, and Anatan is just not able to take advantageous fights in this regard. It feels like Marine Lord has been just this constant reminder of that 100% win rate in series, and he's struggling against this. Even here at the start, Marine Lord knew exactly how much pressure to put down here. Villagers getting very, very low. And this just opening up for so many different types of harassment after this. Now, could this be a clean sweep on the other side? If he does decide to come back 4 games in a row, Anatan is not out yet. And we have seen crazier things. Like, we've seen games where Louis doesn't make any walls. It's possible.
Anything's definitely possible here in this one. And next up, wait, no, that's the current one that we just saw. We're not gonna see a wait, or
No,
is
no,
it?
No, I think this is just a little bit of a
classic,
respawn.
classic production troll.
Just keeping us on our
There
toes.
we go.
Gorge! Hey, Japanese, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting some Japanese action here.
Yeah,
And-
Juji for Marine Lord and Japanese for Anatan.
Now, that does feel like a pretty tough matchup if you make a mistake. Either side here. Because Japan, if they get ahead, it's really hard for them to throw, I feel like. But at the same time, it's the same for Zushi. If you get that mass. So I feel like in this scenario, this is going to come down to who makes the least mistakes. And I know you can say that's exactly what Marine Lord has shown us here. But especially because of those big masses of units that you get from these two, it can quickly snowball one way or the other. Now on Gorge though, how do we feel about the matchup, Mr. Crackety? Analyze it for us. Tell me, what should we be expecting?
Well, Whammon, typically, of course, Juji, they do enjoy the occasional play into Pro Scout. I do believe that in this matchup, it's very realistic for Anton to just open up with barracks, couple of Dark Age Spearmen, and just try to delay the Pro Scout a little bit, force the Juji's Legacy into an archery range, and get some Jugunu out on their side. Then afterwards, while they're busy just Pro Scouting with the Jugunu in return, Japan will just try and fast castle up behind that. And then we see some knights there, night raids coming in, And then just depends on who can get the most value, right? Japan just, in general, as a civilization, has a really, really good farm transition where even if they don't deny any deer, they won't necessarily run out of food anytime soon on their own. They also have really great food income from the berries if they have map control. So that's like the main key things that Anton will want to make sure that he has under his control in order to pump out enough knights to do damage to Marine Lord and yeah, just kill enough villagers to win the army fights then as well.
Well, that's going to be a pretty hard thing to do when you are up against Marine Lord Anatan trying to find damage. Will he find it this game? Ladies and gentlemen, Anatan is playing some Dark Age shenanigans, and I'm ready for it. Now, this is a pretty good move, I think, against a civilization that you want to stop from pro scouting. Marine Lord, on the other hand, opening with a pretty standard age up here, or pretty standard opening. No Dark Age shenanigans here from Zushi, but Anatan is going to try to make it matter here at the start of the game, where he needs to stop that pro scouting from ever happening. He saw what it did against him earlier with just having 2 spears out on a gold, on a stone. So can it be the same on a gold? He's going for that second spearman too. So this is going to be an aggressive push here. We'll see when Anatan pivots away from this. But the problem is, when you do go against Zushi and you try to do damage to the gold, they open up with that Imperial official, and he's going to tower rush. Oh my god, crackety.
Yeah, so not just Spearman, but also the outpost coming in here from Anton. That's a nice play. He does need to be careful, though, because I typically like having a couple more Spearmen early on instead, mainly because with more Spearmen, you're also going to be able to kind of decrease the ability of your opponent to move out a lot and get the meditation garden in as in as ideal of a spot that it might have been possible in. That Anatan does know exactly on which side that gold vein is. Villager moving towards it. Are we going to see even more spearmen here? I would imagine that there would be more spearmen. Ooh, the outpost, the mill. The mill is very far forward here from Marine Lord. I'm tired 2 tiles between the mill and the TC. This could be dangerous. TC does not spot the outpost from Anatan, so Marine Lord does not know that there is a lot more commitment than just the spearman here. He does have enough gold for the age up. He would have had that anyways, thanks to the taxman being there as well. With the outpost here as well, the typical answer would be to just age up, get your Jugunu in, and then you'll be able to get a gold access again. But this play with the spearman here makes that not possible. And now Marine Lord, he's moving out. He's moving past the berries. He's going to drop the meditation garden inside of his base. But 5 villagers, that's quite the commitment. He wants to get that up as soon as possible. But yeah, this is a very sad meditation garden. That's just one of the benefits that you get when you're Dark Age rushing the Jury's Legacy, because they can't move out to get it in a better spot.
And when you get into, when you get into a position where you age up with 5, you want to get this out pretty quickly, because most likely he's thinking, okay, I just make a little archery range and I deal with this. But still, he doesn't know what the follow-up here is. So now, with putting 2 of those off, he wants to get the wood, he wants to get his production building out too. He realizes, I need the wood to actually be able to make that, right? But Anatan, he's got 5 spears, and he's only moved over to gold now. So with Anatan now being on gold, he is most likely going to start ramping up. But is Marine Lord going to be okay just being on 42 gold for now? I mean, of course, we do have an Imperial official who is just going to be supervising and picking up gold, bringing in them taxes. But no professional scouts will be possible for him. But when you have that much sheep, do you even need pro scouts?
Ideally, you still want the Pro Scout, and we do see the Arch range now coming in for Marine Lord. He's going to be in for Rude Awakening once he sees that his opponent does have not just a Spearman there, but also an outpost harassing that, or rather controlling that gold vein there. Instead, even with the Jugunu, he's not going to be able to immediately take control over that. Instead, he's going to have to use the Jugunu to push out against Anton's base, but at that point in time, Anton, he's going to have enough gold for his own age up as well, so Jugunu won't immediately be able to just pay off there for himself. He needs another unit as well. He's going to need Spearman, because Anton, he can get his own horsemen up as quickly as he needs to. for the HM. There we go, Corostor House should be coming in now, and we do have the barracks coming in as well.
Oof, and he wants it
We'll
pretty
have all
quickly
the
as
right
well.
units. Yeah. Oh, Anton,
Now-
he's going to have to make a choice. I think he might need an outpost just to buy himself a little bit more time. Marine Lord, mind you, he doesn't have gold access, so it's going to be difficult for him to get enough gold for siege engineering. So a push against an outpost would be a lot more difficult for him. Anton has a lot more villagers on wood, but I think the Jugunu are going to be arriving in time. Nice play from Anton with the one spearman out there. Is he staying around there, or is he... Oh, I think he's patrolling between both the gold mines.
Now, this does open up the possibility of sending a Jugunu there and dealing with the spearmen, but it will give Marine Lord an extra bit of time to just get the resources that he needs. Now, pushing Anatand off of gold. Anatand is just going to be able to sit here and do a little bit of pressure there. He doesn't need to bring any more Jugunu to all of this. And you can see the villagers are fighting. They want this gold and they want it now. So with this, he is going to be able to bring up one of those Jugunu. We do see the pink dot already making his way here, but those berries are locked off as well. Luckily for him, he does have passive farms that will start forming around there. Villagers keep on fighting, and that spearman is gone not long for this world. Now, Crackety, do we go pro scouts from here, or do we just go for fast castle if you're Marine Lord?
Difficult decision, honestly, to make here. I mean, he is gaining access again, but only with a couple villagers there on gold. I don't think he's going to get enough gold income through that in order for fast castle. I'm not sure if he's going to commit to pro scout. Never mind, he pulled a couple more villagers over to gold. I still think we're going to see pro scout. And actually, Anatund. We have got the proxy base. Anton, he's proxy basing.
Oh my god. In public,
This man.
guys. Double archery range with this as well. Now, the archery range is going to answer quite well to the spears and the handful of Jugunu, especially with the amount of units that you can... Yeah, not in these numbers, I would say, especially because there's 2 of them.
I mean, Jugunus
So-
in general just, like, they just load of archers in general. Any archer unit.
And we do see that Anatan, though, is getting a little bit of stone here. Possibly to just get that tower reinforced at the gold there, because he needs to find a way to keep that safe. Because now the army, the pink dots, they are coming. They're streaming right across this map, and we'll see where they go. The yellow dots, they have a similar idea. I just don't think they're going to find any damage here, Kraken. Feels like the whole economy is on the other side.
He could sneak into the wood economy, to be fair. And the benefit that he has there is that Jugunu are slow. Yumi archers are not. They're the opposite of slow. So the Yumi archers might be able to do a lot of damage and get out of it before Marine Lord can really like send units back to react. I think that's going to be the plan here from Anton. He just has to make sure that he doesn't lose too many units and too much infrastructure on his own side there. Does have the houses relatively far forward, so he's going to really need to pay attention to those. Villagers are going to get pulled off the gold here. We don't have any siege engineering coming in yet from Marine Lord, though he does hold back a lot of wood at this point in time, so maybe that's going to be the next upgrade for him to start getting a ram in.
Now, this is starting to be quite a sizable army here. We see Marine Lord with a ton of these Jugunu, but at the same time, that's a lot of archers that just quickly shut down your food. And even though the food is okay, they now need to move the sheep over to the other side, possibly going to be building a mill on the berries instead. And now those archers are going to be quite a bit of a menace. And it feels so strange now seeing yellow on this side when the UI is showing it on the other side, because there's just so many yellow units. But Marine Lord actually seems like he's quite confident in cleaning those up. He pulls back. He gets +1 range defense now. He doesn't want to be fighting against this. And not in its current state, at least. So that tower, causing a bit of havoc, but Marine Lord has pivoted from it successfully. Now the Jugunu just causing more idle time on that gold. In terms of not letting the gold get touched, he's doing a great job with that singular Jugunu. The Spearmen will have an answer to this though, but that's a huge mass of Jugunu, and they've got their eyes set on those Yumis. But the Yumis, like you said, they do run pretty fast.
Still, though, in direct engagements, the Yumi archers are gonna lose very, very quickly. And Marine Lord, he does see that base out there from Anaton. So At this point in time, Anatan, he's going to lose out on these 2 production buildings, surely. I don't think there's really a way that he can realistically keep pumping out units from here. So this villager looks like he's also going to go down. Isn't getting pulled back enough in time. Yeah, will get taken down. And now these 2 production buildings are going to be going as well. Marine Lord, he actually sent out villagers to the other mill there. With the sheep. Oh, he's actually killed all of them there. Are there? It's enough, Jugunu. Jugunu just are disgusting against archers. They're so strong.
Now, with the numbers that we see out here, this is going to get so hard. Marine Lord, though, he's pulled back. He knows exactly where he needs to attack. And with Anatan being this far out on the map, it does feel like he can get caught in this pretty easily. Now, with professional scouts coming on in, Marine Lord seems to be confident in his later transition. Spearmen now causing a little bit of idle time here on the wood lines, and the Yumi archers, they are going to try to find some damage. See if they can actually pick up a kill, because these villagers are pretty damn healthy, and now the Jiganu have come here to clean up everything that dare crosses into his land.
Behind this, Anatan, what's his plan now? Might just need to go for the age up. Jugunu also managed to sneak another villager kill in there on that one side from Marine Lord. Behind this, I mean, Anatan right now, he's just committing a dangerous amount, I want to say, to the Yumi play behind this. Even more upgrades coming in for them. Barracks now following. More spearmen at this point in time. And behind this, Marine Lord is now going into Pro Scouts on a quite a hefty delay, but should still find the timing here to just have full food income throughout the entire time. Full worker just activity there on the food income.
What I love to see is Marine Lord now just refocusing at 11:30. This is crazy. To see Pro Scouts at 11:30, it feels so unreal. Because at this point, we've already cleaned up all the deer, right? And most matchup, these things have been completely destroyed. Marine Lord's like, I've got 34 Jugunu. Let me move out on this map and pick up every single deer I can to just make sure that this mass keeps on going. Now, this army is about to find a pretty juicy spot of yellow blob running towards the north. And the question is, what is Anatan trying to attack here? Is he going for that gold because he wants to try and do damage? The problem is, that is reinforced by a tower, but going for the double prong attack, he does pick up an Imperial official at least. And a villager. Oh my god.
Jugunu still trying to find some damage here. I gotta find the scouts as they are pro scouting. Might be able to pick off 1 or 2 there. If Marino doesn't react in time. Is gonna do so though. And Jugunu already there. That's not... I'm not sure if there's enough Jugunu though. At this point in time, I think there's just enough archers to start one-shotting them. So this is a trade that Anakin can actually take. And villagers... 1 not going down. Behind this though, Anakin also able to damage on the other side. Did manage to sneak in a couple more worker kills. A second group of Yumi archers was able to sneak around and do damage there in the wood line. Nicely done by Anakin.
Anatan is sacrificing a pretty big chunk of army here for those villager kills, and yes, in the long run, this does pay off, but now, Marine Lord has access to much more food. Villagers here on the gold, though, they are reacting pretty quickly, and it does look like one of them will get shot in the tower, and Anatan, he picked up a few villager kills here, and that's great, but most of his army is gone, and Marine Lord, he's got a pretty sizable chunk, and now pivoting into horsemen is going to make that archer mass less and less effective.
Anton, he's banking up resource. He might want to go for his own age up behind this, but this large military ball at the moment from Marine Lord making its way towards Anton base, I think he's onto him. I think he knows, okay, his opponent right now, he's just been buying time with these Yumi archers. He's trying to go for the age up. Double outpost coming up from Anton, but with just numbers in this mass here from Marine Lord, I'm not sure if that's actually going to be enough to hold against this.
We've seen what Juganus can do to TCs. What they can do to towers is equally as scary, especially in this mass. So, not having a ram doesn't really matter at this point, especially when you've got this many Jugunu. You've got a few spears for fire, but Anatant is still trying to find some damage. He does pick off 6 total in the end. What he's about to pay the price of, I don't think is the right answer here. It does look like they're getting inside the tower as quickly as they can. Tower's now getting reinforced. And the Jugunu, though, they are going to get some villages in retribution.
This reinforcement just came in, but look at that tower is still melting underneath the rapid-fire bolts from those Jugunu. Anatan, he's going to need to get the villagers out here some way or another, because if they stay there, they're just going to fall. Another fortification outplacement is coming in, and Marine Lord, he's committed. Villagers going down quickly here behind us now. One villager, he tried to tell the tale, not going to be able to do so in the end. It's going to be now time for the second outpost to go down. Loading gate coming up behind this Anton, trying to go for the Asia, but he doesn't have enough gold to click any upgrades afterwards.
Yeah, getting the floating gate in this stage of the game, you're asking yourself, okay, can I get a mounted samurai out to do some magic? But that mounted samurai needs to shoot rockets, because you are not going to be able to take down Jugunus in any capacity. Now, Mount Lu Academy coming on out for Marine Lord as well, and all of a sudden, this just gets scarier by the second. Yes, 8 villages have been killed by Anatan on his Yumi raids, but Marine Lord has now already overtaken that by just killing 12 with that Jugunu raid from that last part. But now Mount Lu Academy is going to get spotted. Anatan knows what's coming. Yumi archers are getting their upgrades now, but Jugunu, they don't care.
That's a destruction. That is just not something that you can easily recover. Shinto Priest gets sacrificed, putting the Yoshiro inside the archery range. And just so many villagers went down there. Marino, he still has over 40 Shuganu after all of this.
40 Jugunu can take on most things, and especially when they get that Castle Age upgrade, which Marino does not have the gold for right now, but trust me, he's going to be getting that any moment. He's got a lot of food in the bank too. With that stable, he's just going to be able to afford anything he wants now. Now, 42 Jugunu, they see a market here too, understanding exactly how we afforded to get that Yumi upgrade, but those Yumi archers, they need to find magic. Anatan running for his life in every single direction, hoping for a miracle, and no Castle Age units coming on out because there's just no gold for it.
Hey, so there's a couple of Yumi archers, but honestly, this is just incredibly rough for him now at the moment, just trying to find any damage anywhere out on the map. He's only, I want to say, only 10 villagers behind, considering just how much damage he took so far. He's just not really, like, in a situation here where he can really find any meaningful damage on Marine Lord's side. The Jugunu just camping right now inside of the base from Marine Lord, at least the reinforcements are, and they're enough up against the Yumi archers here to completely shut down any aggression that's coming towards him.
Now, Anatan is asking himself what he can do to get out of this scenario, and we see him with one mounted samurai now coming on out, but with the amount of Jugunu, you can easily clean those up. Lance is now joining the party, Jugunu upgrades finally being clicked, and Pro Scouts getting shut down, but those deer are already nice and close too. Marine Lord trying to shut down that stable here at the back. Now the gold gonna be idling out from Marine Lord, but keep in mind, he still has them taxes that he can fall back on, and those lances are quickly gonna clean up these units so that they can go back on gold and live their best life. Anatan is not letting up though. He's still staying in this. This is the final game for him. So he needs to be sure that he tries his best and gives it his all. Those Yumis, they are going to try against the Lancer, but the Lancer does not care. Anatan knows this is it. That was enough. Marine Lord with 4-0 going into the finals for tomorrow against Louis.
Yeah, exactly. Clean 4-0 victory here for Marine Lord. Very well played. Gotta say, yeah, I mean, Anatan, there were some interesting strategies here again, and it looked good time and time throughout it all. But Marine Lord just with the very solid execution in the end, able to win them all. And that means that he is going to be facing off against our Louis MT tomorrow in the grand final. Definitely looking forward to that one. Oh man, these have been relatively quick sets today, I want to say. Not really something that I expected. Well, granted, I did expect the Vortex versus Louis set to be a very aggressive and potentially quicker one. Wasn't too sure about this one between Anaton and Marinelord. Granted, though, we did mention it, they are practice partners, so they probably are used to having relatively quick matches up against each other just for iteration purposes.
And understanding exactly how much of a lead the other one needs to actually end the game. Anaton knows when to call it when he's against Marinelord. And I see a lot of people in chat also saying the same thing, like, hey, maybe he just tapped out a little bit too early. Marinelord and Anaton, they know each other's playstyle. He knows exactly at what point he can beat Marinelord and at what point he can't. So it feels like from our vision that we know something or he had a chance, but for them, they've read this game. They've played this game 6 million times and they know when they're ready to call it. But Marinelord looking confident and wonderful. And I'm so excited to see how he's going to do against Louis tomorrow. So, wonderful performance here by him.
All right, it is time. We've got our interview ready. Marinelord coming at you live from the winner's desk. All right, Marinelord, pleasure to have you back again here in the interview. Congratulations, first of all. A very clean set up against Anaton. How are you feeling after, I want to say, a very decisive victory against somebody that you've been practicing a lot against?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I was not too sure what he would draft today and like how he would plan his series. But overall, even if he had some weird games, I expected most of it. So I'm not... I don't know, the first game I think he played pretty bad, but rest of the game he played pretty good and I played pretty good too, so I was happy about it.
You say that you're used to seeing just weird or interesting plays there. Speaking of a player that has weird or interesting plays, you are going to be facing off against Louis MT tomorrow in the Grand Finals. What do you think? I mean, today, I'm not sure if you've watched them. I do expect you to have watched them. We did have some very interesting games from Louis coming in. For example, Bizarre Wing, IU Bits there, and just overall a slew of interesting strategies here and there. What do you think? Do you think you're ready for the, I want to say, prodigy Chinese Louis MT tomorrow in the Grand Finals?
I mean, ready, yes, but of course he can beat me. I've practiced a lot with him recently and he's pretty good, so I know it's gonna be a fight. But overall, I still think I'm better than him and I don't know, like, I'm favorite for sure, but he for sure has a better chance than Anotan, I think. I mean, Louis is just the second best player in the world, in my opinion, right now. So obviously, if I lose to someone, I think it's gonna be him. I think Vortex is very good too, but I don't know. He plays very weird Vortex, so maybe in tournament it's not as hard to beat him, because you just expect him to attack all the time. But Louis, he plays very well, he plays macro, he plays weird stuff. So I think he's just a very solid player nowadays.
Hey, so rare words of respect there from you up against another player. So Louis MT, in your opinion, second best player at the moment in the world. Definitely, I'm getting a similar vibe from him at the moment. He definitely seems like a player that has kind of figured out the whole macro dynamic that's going on at the moment in the meta as well, and just in general how to like play his games, have the correct game plan there. Definitely looking forward to that one. How are you feeling overall when it comes to your own performance at the moment? Do you think like you're in a really good spot at the moment? Do you think like your competitors are in a good spot? Just like judging overall from what you feel like the game's going at the moment.
I mean, I think the drafting part we are all pretty good. So most of the time it's pretty even, or I'm slightly favored because I outdraft them. I think overall, I'm not sure. I really think Louis is really good and he can beat me maybe like, I don't know, 20-30% of the time. I think the rest right now is not too good. Most of them are doing too many mistakes to beat me, I think. So yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it depends on every player, right? Anotan improved a lot, but it's still like a small road to go for him to beat me. Papipo is good, but he lost to Vortex in a weird way, so I'm not sure. Like, some of them are very good and they can beat me, but I would say overall, the top 10 is not really scary.
Yeah, sometimes match style, like play styles also just clash against players, and yeah, that definitely does play a big role there. But anyways, once again, congratulations. We're going to be seeing more from you tomorrow in the Grand Finals. Yeah. Definitely looking forward to it. Thank you, Marinelord.
Bye-bye.
Oh, we had the cutoff there from Patat. We did see him towards the end. Okay.
Yeah, you can give us the other cat.
Yeah, I'm jumping in. There we go.
Let me get GG Dog on here too. Wait,
Okay,
we're
we're getting Protective at the end as well.
Oh.
There we go. Aw.
That's such a good dog. GG Dog also just waiting. She was actually really prepared for a long day today. But as you guys can see, she's waiting patiently for the walk. She's just waiting for me to say GG. And then we'll probably go for the walk. But yeah, no, this has been fantastic. I think the fact that we have so many animals in AoE... Oh, I meant the animals that we're looking at right now, not Marine Lord as the animal of destruction on everything. Marine Lord has been crazy, commanding, but so has Louis. So has Louis, and I'm so excited to see these two face off tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Louis... Marine Lord said himself, thinking that he's the second best player at the moment in the world. So, I mean, that's rare praise from a player like Marine Lord. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing those two players duke it out tomorrow. 20-30% chance that Louis MT wins against him, according to Marine Lord. And he's also practiced against him, so he knows what Louis is about.
And guys, if you are enjoying the show, be ready. There's more to come tomorrow. I believe the third place match as well. And Vortex and Anadan, they have something to fight over. And this is a very important match, even though it's just third place. A lot of people say, oh, it's only third. These two are fighting for the honor of being third. And they have a pretty big event following up this as well. So these guys, they're going to be duking it out on the field. But Marine Lord and Louis, I guess that's just our main show. We'll see who makes the best walls, who rates the best, and who gets their home civilization yet again. But guys, thank you so much for watching. And tomorrow... I promise you guys the games will be longer. This is on me. And if I'm wrong, you can blame me. It's not EGC's fault. I jinxed it. So, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the weekend. And, yeah, see you soon.
We'll see you then. Have a good one.